Okay, guys, good evening. Welcome, Alan. Welcome, Guardian. Well, he's getting some coffee. He will be back in a moment. Well, let's see. We have Lee Argent in the house. Good to see you. And Mountain Survival 1. Good to see you. And CR, of course. Good to see you. And we have Liselot in the house, too. Good to see you. Yeah, we have quite windy day today, actually. 13 meter per second, and it can be the stronger winds around 24 meter per second. So my windows are really bending. You can see the living room window vibrate because of the wind. So not that funny, actually. And yes, Liselot, it's a good topic. Actually, it was Mike, UK Urban Prepper, who suggested this topic when I was on his panel on Tuesday. And we have Troy Sutton in the house. Good to see you, brother. And Shannon, good to see you too. We have Katie, the Greatest Adventures. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. And we have Hello Tufu. Good to see you. I believe that was all. And welcome back, Guardian. I hope you got your coffee. Hey, Bob. Good to see you.
Yeah, I hope everybody had a good Christmas anyway. It was somewhat overindulged, a little bit my end, but I suppose that's what what happens at Christmas.
And besides Mike, he will try to get on panel today, but he said he was going to Scotland, so we wait and see if he pops up.
He'll pop up at some point, probably.
At some point, yeah.
It's a good topic. It's extreme weather is becoming more and more common, apparently. So
yeah, preparing for extreme winter conditions. And now we're not talking about normal winter conditions. Now we talk about really extreme winter conditions like Arctic temperatures, and snow and ice, like that. So it's not normal winter. It's really extreme.
It definitely is something that a lot of people have to deal with in various parts of the world. There's absolutely a shift in the amount of places that are experiencing, frost that occurs for much longer periods too. And that's just one of those things where it really adds an entirely different element to your SHTF plans. You're bugging out and that type of thing. It really changes the game entirely. Like you have to, usually it'll be food, water, shelter, first aid, and basic hygiene and stuff as well, which would take the forefront. But when you add in something like winter, and frost like that, it really, really changes the game.
It does. Welcome, Budflies. Good to see you. And CR says, this is a cool topic. Well, extreme winter conditions, that is a total different ball game, because you need specialized gear to handle extreme winter conditions. The normal winter clothes you have will not work. you need more sophisticated gear and clothes for those specific temperatures.
Yeah, you also need to eat more. You end up having to, because you use energy faster too, and you lose a lot of energy through that just to keep your body warm. So you end up needing to eat quite a lot more as well.
Yeah. And another thing is the number one priority is shelter, because there will probably be strong winds. So you need a shelter, fire, and then you need to make some hot food, something hot to drink, hot chocolate, high energy food, because you will burn calories, and those you will lose a lot of calories.
Especially when you factor in wind chill, because the wind chill can greatly increase the damage that the cold is doing to your body. I mean, it doesn't actually decrease the in temperature, rather, but because the chill is blowing the heat away from you,
Yeah.
it makes the temperature appear as if it's much lower, and can cause you a lot of trouble that way. So anything you can do to get out of wind chill is going to greatly increase your chances of survival, even if it's something like hiding behind a rock or a tree, just out of that wind. That will give you just a little bit extra protection from the elements.
CR says increases convection heat loss. Yeah. Wind chill can hit you like a baseball bat. Indeed. Yeah, especially if the temperature is on below 25 degrees and you have a wind speed on, let's say, 10 meters per second. That will increases the chill effect a lot more.
I know from experience of being in some quite high wind chill exposed places before, a couple of the things that caught me out was exposure to my eyes and my lips. My eyes were actually starting to freeze up, and it was difficult to close them, and little bits of moisture was causing problems because I didn't have any goggles, and the persistent cold chill blowing into your eyes could be a real issue, and your lips dry up very, very easily, and they crack very easily, and then you get all sorts of other sores and problems related to that. That's where you really start to recognize things like lip balms and things like that to try and protect your mouth as much as possible really comes into their own, or even specialized masks. I've got a mask, I don't have it lying around here, but I've made a video about it before, about protecting your face in extreme cold, where your own breath can cause problems because you're breathing in extremely cold air. So having a mask with a type of regulator on it allows you to be able to exhaust air out and moisture, but when you breathe it in, it goes through a slight cycle which just makes it a little bit more tolerable for you to breathe in that extremely cold air as well. You can get those kind of extreme weather, extreme cold masks in various places that specialize in cold weather clothing. I'm sure we'll probably get on to cold weather clothing as well, relating to layering and the types of clothing and all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, you need specialized clothes for it, and you need specialized gloves as well that can handle that type of cold.
Yeah, I mean, your extremities are always going to be extremely vulnerable because, there's a lot less blood flow there as well. Your fingers, your toes, your ears, your nose, your lips, like I say, these are all things that you have to really pay attention to and really protect. People think it's something that is like a lot of guys who do things like very high altitude mountaineering. That's not something I've never done extreme high altitude mountaineering before, but there are some places like on Everest, for example, losing your glove means you're losing your hand. It's that serious of an issue. So you can't afford to lose a glove. So if you were in an environment where there was those kind of temperatures, you have to have a means to be able to, if you get your glove wet, to be able to quickly get another glove on, etc. And you really have to be prepared for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah. But food, water, you will lose a lot of water as well. So you need to drink. And the problem is you don't know when you get dehydrated in those temperatures. You don't feel it until
Yeah.
it's too late.
Welcome in, Nick. Really good to see you, brother. That's a fellow
Hey, Nick, good to see you.
friend of mine from South Africa as well. You guys all know him well. He comes in quite a large amount as well, always supporting us. So truly appreciate you, Nick.
Okay, Troy, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, your body, when your body's exposed to very high or low temperatures, the engine of your body has to work overtime and burns a lot
Yeah.
more calories because it's trying to maintain a core body temperature. So your core body, it wants you to be at sort of 37 degrees Celsius or the likes. So anything that's attempting to lower that temperature, it's trying to work to increase that. Or, if you're in a high temperature, it's trying to regulate it as much as possible with sweating and things like that. So
Yeah.
your body's always going to go through stresses, so it's important to make sure that your body never gets to a point where your core temperature drops below a certain amount, because it's hard to recover from that. And things like blankets or space blankets, all this kind of stuff, none of that will work if your body core temperature is already below a certain point, because the way that those things work is it's your own body that's heating that space up and then warming you up again, and it's kind of deflecting it back to you. But if you're already at a point where your body core temperature is too low, that will be less efficient, and you'll need external heat. You need a fire or another human or some other kind of radiant heat to warm you up. Clothing won't cut it at that point, so it's important to never get to that stage in the first place.
Welcome, Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you again, Jill. So, Guardian, do you want to add something?
Yeah, it's not just the amount of food that you need to increase as well. I think that's something that's very important, and it also obviously becomes a lot more difficult to attain that food because of the fact that a lot of nature goes into hiding in a lot of way in those colder regions. So even just like getting the food as well, a lot of your rivers become icy. A lot of the ways to transverse, a lot of the mountainscapes becomes a lot more challenging. So hunting out there is a lot more difficult as well. I really have a lot of respect for people that have to deal with that as part of an SHTF. I would kind of, with the way that things are going as well, I wouldn't be too surprised if we do start heading into times where winter becomes really quite a significant threat to people as well in different regions, because as we all know, there is a bit of warming that's occurring across the world. Even places like Siberia over in Russia, that whole region of the world, it's actually warming up, and some of what's happening over on that side is because of the warming up and the thawing of a lot of those colder icebergs and a lot of those regions. And there's actually viruses that are coming out, and I'm sure you guys are quite familiar with that as well. But when it does come to the areas that are experiencing extreme cold, like that really becomes such an important part of your planning and just your type of like equipment as well. The way that you're gearing up has to be extremely different from somewhere that's like over on my side when it comes to like subtropical and tropical regions. It's not something that we have to view as a threat, but because of that, if we had to start running into times like that, we are so much more underprepared than people that have been dealing with the cold on a regular basis, more frequently. We are so used to being able to throw on a vest and a pair of shorts and go out into any day of the 365 days around the year. It's really not something that's a pressing matter to us, and it's because of that we may only have like one or two thicker jackets for for times like that, and we're really not that well equipped. So if we had to somehow because of certain reasons experiencing a lot more cold, then we would have a real big challenge when it comes to making sure that we can navigate that.
Yeah, Lilibet. How about food you're gonna eat during winter season? Well, you need a lot of calories. The lower temperature, the more calories you need, because when it's cold and you begin to freeze, you burn a lot more calories. So you need to eat a high calorie food to maintain your core temperature. And if you eat food, your body temperature increases, believe it or not, 10%. And 10% doesn't sound that much, but those 10% will help you a lot.
Yeah, and there's some foods that if you if you're looking to carry certain foods or stockpile certain foods because you're expecting to be exposed to extreme colds, things like salamis, thinly cut
Yeah.
salamis and things like that, they've got a very high fat content. They're very energy
Yeah.
dense, so that's a good thing to be able to eat in those kind of conditions. You've got to remember as well that if you've got food with you, your food is going to freeze. So you have to be aware of the fact if you just take like a big ball of meat with you or something like this, it's going to become rock hard and you're not going to be able to eat it. So you have to prepare in advance for how you're going to eat this food and how you're going to prepare this food. I mean, this is one of the times where I would also be looking, if I was taking camping food with me, for example, I would move away from the wet pre-prepared foods and go to the dehydrated foods, the calorie dense dehydrated foods, because although that requires melt water, it's less likely to be able to freeze. So you have to trade off whether you want to have the wet food, which might freeze, and then you've got a rock hard piece of food that you have to somehow defrost, or do you want freeze dried food, which you're going to have to add water to in order to eat. But in an emergency, you can actually eat it without water, though I wouldn't entirely recommend doing that because you're still going to need to consume a lot of water, because that dehydrated food is going to be in your body and it's going to be taking a lot of moisture away from your gut in order to sort of process that food and digest that food.
And you get even more dehydrated.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you have no food or water, or you have one or the other, always take the water. So never eat without water if you haven't got any water, because it takes water to digest food, but if you have water, that's fine. You can just drink the water. You can go a long time without food, but you can't really do it the other way around, so even if you're very hungry and you have food, but there's no water there, I would still recommend not eating the food.
Yeah, well, watched a post-apocalyptic video on YouTube. I don't remember which one, but there was a family. They had a lot of food, but no water. So, and the kids complained they were hungry. Can we eat? No. And the dad said, no, we need water first. When we get the water, you can eat. So,
yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah, that is a good advice.
Yeah, people saying in the comments as well, sort of slow release carbs and things like that as well.
And hot soups.
Yeah, that's what Mark's saying. That's definitely the case. Any kind of hot drinks, anything that can nourish you and raise your body core temperature. Hot drinks become really great in extreme cold weather. See, something as simple as a Bovril. I always quite like Bovrils when I'm in very cold conditions because it doesn't require anything other than you just stir a spoon of it in or drop a cube of it into hot water. And then you've got a very warming broth drink, bone broth type, beef broth type drink. It's quite satisfying in cold weather and warms you up.
Yeah, definitely. And you get the salt because broth is salty. So you get that too. which is also good because salt is really difficult to get when it's extreme winter conditions. That's impossible. So you need something that is salty too. Otherwise, you will have lack of salt at some point, and that is not good.
Yeah, you'll start experiencing high cramps and things like that once you start
Yeah,
running out of salt. Is definitely something that people don't tend to pay a lot of attention to when times are in normal times, because salt's so abundant, it's cheap, it's accessible, everybody has it in their house. But put yourself in an environment where it's not readily available, and you'll really start to realize just how difficult it is to actually source salt, in the natural environment, especially if you're not near somewhere like the ocean, or the coastline. If you're literally just in the middle of Siberia, then finding salt resources can become particularly difficult.
yeah,
Yeah, that's a big one too. And it also is quite beneficial to make sure that you're staying, full, that you're not getting hungry, because it's a lot easier for your body to maintain that level of heat if you are consuming correctly. And salt's obviously something that's a really good core part of that. So it does come down to making sure that you're eating correctly at all times, that you're eating smaller amounts rather than bigger meals more occasionally, because as soon as your body drops below a certain degree, it does take quite a lot of energy even just to get it back up to operational level.
Yeah,
I agree.
the little and often sort of principle there, where you sort of, it's better to graze your food throughout the day than eat it all at once, and that'll help your metabolism a little bit better as well, to contend with what's going on.
Yeah, and then obviously like that same heat principle comes in quite like significantly when you got to consider the fact that that the person, the utmost main goal should be to stay like dry as possible, and that's obviously something that if you veer off of a path and you go through thicker vegetation, you can also get your pants extremely wet from from those type of temperatures. And it is when you're getting wet that'll be the thing that ends you, unfortunately, rather than the fact that it's so cold, because quite often it's that moisture that's within the air as well that's causing you to really experience a lot of those symptoms. It's the moisture that'll get you sometimes rather than the cold, because even though we don't experience a lot of frost down here locally, I'm always just very intrigued by how people get through that as a hurdle in times of strife, how they've been able to throughout the past get through in survival situations where they're faced with such an extraordinarily difficult and challenging element. And I really take my hat off to people that have to survive that year after year. And in some ways it may not always be the brightest and most beautiful place in certain regards over here locally, because every country has their problems. But at least we don't have that like elements of cold and the frigid winters the way that you guys experience that. So I definitely tip my hat and give you guys a lot of respect for being in areas where you've got to take that into consideration. If you guys lose electricity, if there's a grid down, it means something completely different compared to somewhere that it doesn't even matter if we have power or not. In fact, our nation has become extremely sturdy in terms of not expecting the grid to stay on. And I think that that's something that's quite powerful, is the fact that because of the temperature that we've got, that we don't have to be faced with the cold in that manner, but rather also the fact that we are just so used to now not having electricity that we've kind of just gotten to the point where we do a lot of outdoor activities, and it's been great for the kids. The fact is that a lot of the time, the kids aren't glued to their phones as much as I've seen from other nations, and that's a really important aspect of that as well. I mean, obviously, if we're speaking about cold weather and if we're speaking about the snow, it can be good to stay indoors and to perhaps have an electronical device like a Nintendo Switch and that type of thing. Little things, handhelds and that type of thing can be good. But in a survival situation, that falls behind other priorities. I definitely think that it's rather, So Norfolk UK Prepper has a question there. Shadow, you want to get that one? You want to floor that?
Yeah. What's classed as extreme winter conditions? That's not normal winter conditions. We're talking about Arctic conditions that possibly can happen at some point. So
Yeah, it's even happened in the UK a couple of points in history.
hey, Mark.
Hey,
Christmas trash panda. Love it.
I had to change it the other night. I'm like, it's the holiday season.
Yeah, I mean the coldest the UK has ever been, I believe, is minus 27 degrees Celsius or thereabouts. It was that temperature in the Highlands of Scotland, and I think that might also be the coldest recorded temperature in England, possibly back in the 60s. So I mean that would be extreme to us in the UK, certainly. I know in 1962 there was something called the Big Freeze, where over a period of a couple of weeks an Arctic wind and Arctic weather, sort of covered the UK for 2 or 3 weeks. And because we don't have the infrastructure to be able to deal with that, and people didn't get a lot of warning beforehand, it caused a lot of problems. People died, a lot of infrastructure was damaged, and it took many months afterwards to try and recover from that. But somebody was saying as well in the comments, I think it was Mark, was saying that wet cold is more dangerous than dry cold, and that's definitely true. That's also the case, because kind of what we're touching on with moisture management. Moisture management is one of the biggest factors of all when it comes to maintaining your body core temperature, and that can be the biggest killer of all, like Guardian was talking about earlier, where it can be something as simple as getting your foot wet in Arctic conditions because your foot's fell through the ice. If you've got no means of drying and sorting that out quickly, then you could be in a really serious situation. And also body sweat becomes a real issue as well in extreme cold, because people put on all of their layers because they feel cold when they're in a standing position. And then they start moving and doing activity. Because your body moisture hasn't got a lot of places to go. It's simply just building up and you end up sweating. And then when you stop again, you freeze. And that can become a real problem as well. So you have to learn layering, and you have to understand moisture management. And that's a whole skill in itself. Moisture management and layering and things like that. There's a lot of real skill that has to go into understanding the principles behind that. And it's a bit of a learning curve when you try and do it, because you're never really comfortable. You're always just a little bit too cold, because it's always better to be slightly colder than you are warmer in those kind of conditions, in order to prevent the moisture buildup within your clothing or your body.
Yeah, and Vanessa says we had a new airman in Shemya AFS in the 80s walk out the double door system to outside of the kitchen. Those double and triple doors are meant to keep you alive. Hey, Brooke Trout, good to see you.
Yeah, I mean, the way to think about it, I mean, human beings are essentially a tropical animal. I mean, we're a primate that's supposed to, we evolved an environment that's got an average temperature of around 22 degrees Celsius. At 22 degrees ambient air temperature, you can basically walk down butt-ass naked and be okay. And then at nighttime, sort of hunker down with a few of your buddies, and you'll survive, assuming that the nighttime doesn't drop too much. So that's what our body is meant for. So once you start getting into colder environments than 22 degrees Celsius, which is basically everybody in the Northern Hemisphere, you then rely entirely on clothing, which is a form of cover. And the clothing you can get away with is dependent on the exposure to the cold and the extremeness of that cold. Depending on where you are in the world. Things like, this cotton t-shirt is okay for me sitting in this room just now, which my temperature gauge is telling me is 21 degrees. At that temperature, I could be sitting here with nothing, but I don't want to put all your viewers off, so I'm not going to do that. But, this is perfectly okay for me to sort of mill around the house in. It's about 6 degrees outside just now, so it's a little bit chilly. If I went outside, I would really start to feel significant heat loss within about 20 minutes. And after about an hour, I would really start to have myself a bit of a problem. and after 2 hours, I would start to go into, I would start to suffer cold injuries just in those temperatures, and that's not even that cold. So it's not even below freezing here yet.
So it's that very reason why a lot of the areas around the world that are more closer to the equator, where it gets a lot warmer, there is much less of a requirement for the type of technology and industrialization that comes with places where they do experience those winters. Because what would happen is, if you trace humanity back to early mankind, you'd find that the first fossilized remains of humans spawned. Africa is our spawn point, basically, right? Like a lot of us, the earliest kind of fossilized remains that we can find are from the continent of Africa. And actually, coincidentally, South Africa have been some of the oldest remains that we've found. And the fact is that as human beings, had to move to other areas that were a lot more colder, the requirement and urgency for people to build, more sealed homes for longer term purposes led to actually technological advancements, which is why a lot of the places around the equator, as earlier stated, there wasn't that much of an urgency and a need for that type of technology. So the very way that civilization adapted and evolved was entirely different from the way that it evolved, and adapted in areas where it is colder, which is why places even such as Switzerland or Sweden, Norway, where they experienced vast, long winters, would actually end up being technologically superior in certain ways because of the fact that they had to adapt. And the clothing that you're speaking about as well, the cotton shirt that you're wearing, Alan, and speaking about that type of thing too, it's rather that, that type of clothing, the thicker clothing became, part of our core way of life. So it's rather interesting as to take a step back and to look at this, society across the world and how it's evolved and adapted, and why in South Africa particularly, a lot of the people that were here, the Khoisan that were here, didn't really have the urgency to build a lot more industrialized society because everything was pretty much taken care of. You didn't have the urgency to prepare for these long winters, and the land was kind to you. And as you say, human beings are designed for that. It's so I'm actually very grateful to be in a place where all year round we can grow, tropical types of vegetation and gardening with permaculture. There's a lot more options that we have because of that. But there again, you need certain amounts of chill hours for certain crops. But I've spoken enough there for a moment. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, and Vanessa, Katie has a good point. Actually, dehydration is also a problem. You must still drink in extreme cold. Dehydration kills you fast if you get cold. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Because fluids is one of the main driving forces of the engine of your body, which, like we're talking about, is the thing that really generates your body core temperature and maintains it at a certain level, just like a hot engine. We need the fuel, whether it be by food or the water, to go into our body, and the minerals and salts and things like that, in order to keep that engine going, in order to maintain that body temperature. It's really interesting what you were saying, Guardian, about the sort of the difference in technologies as technologies changed, as human beings migrated away from Africa into other parts of the world, and how that affected the way technology in those parts of the world evolved. It's definitely true. I study a lot about our past ancestors in order to understand survival a lot better, and it's a really fascinating subject when you take a look at the first people who followed paths out of Africa to go to different parts of the world, and it broke off into different groups. So you had one group that would go out through sort of North Africa, and they would sort of go back down south towards India and Eurasia and those kind of parts of the world. There was a group that went towards Europe, and then there was a group that went towards Russia and places like that. And that group that was following the Russian migration, and to some extent the one in Europe, just prior to the last ice age, they were following herds of animals. So they were essentially following animals like deer and things like that, and they were using the skins of those animals to provide the cover that they would need when they got into the colder climates, so that they could continue to follow and track those animals. The European settlers tended to follow coastal routes. So they went round the Mediterranean and they went kind of up that way. And when they crossed into the UK through Doggerland, etc., they would follow coastal paths and they would live off the coast because the climate there was more tolerable to conditions, and it's easier to find year-round food in those places. But the people who went and followed things like caribou and things like that, they really honed in the technology behind what we now see as modern day extreme cold living. So if you take a look at Inuit people, for example, the kind of technologies they employ to stay warm even to this day are still some of the founding technologies that would have been invented thousands of years ago when humans first migrated to those places. They still follow those same principles around thermal insulation and shelter building, all this kind of stuff.
Well, we have a good question from Hippie Sophia here. What's the best kind of clothing for cold and wet conditions, please?
Wool.
Yeah, merino wool particularly as well, if you're going to take a look at wool. But wool's
merino
fantastic.
wool is a good quality, but it's cost a little bit more. But it's worth it in the long run.
Yeah, wool will breathe. It'll shed water. It may absorb water, but it dries off fairly quick. It might shrink a little bit, but don't wash it in hot water.
Yeah, it's also got some natural sort of antibacterial properties as well.
Mm-hmm.
So apart from helping you stay kind of cleaner, it also is less likely to become moldy and things like that as well, because in these colder climates, damp clothes will eventually become, kind of unusable, really, because of the oils and things that are excreted from your body, and the moisture never really evaporates, because it's much harder to dry clothing in cold weather, because anybody who knows when they try and hang their washing out on a washing line in the wintertime, it doesn't evaporate the same way that it would if it was in the middle of the summer. And that's not just the heat that's doing that. I mean, that's everything from sort of solar radiation exposure, etc., and atmospheric pressures and a few other factors in there as well. But ultimately what's happening is a lot of the moisture is staying within your clothing, and that can become a real problem. So it's absolutely critical that you manage a way to be able to remove the moisture from your clothing, and you can only do that externally via fire or some other means like that. But clothing wise, wool's definitely my first bet for a lot of undergarments, especially merino wool's good. Merino wool's actually just wool, but it comes from a type of breed of sheep where it has much denser, sort of softer feeling wool. I think they come from New Zealand, and I think you can get some as well from Central America and things like that. And it's just it makes nice, very thin layers of wool, which makes a really good base layer.
And Vanessa says, also latrines in extreme colds will cause you catastrophic damage if you try to pee exposed. Yeah. She has a point there, actually.
Possibly, yeah. I remember reading a book a while ago, and it was talking about people who were attempting to cross the Arctic. They were among the first people to attempt to cross the Arctic, and one of the things that they found that they were running into problems with was they had all of these layers on, and they put all of this clothing on. They literally had about 8 layers of clothing, and they
got to take it off to go pee.
Yeah, you need to take all that stuff off. But when you do that, if you've got a high wind exposure, you can get frostbite very quickly to those kind of temperatures. And so you can imagine you're trying to sort of like dig a hole in the snow somewhere, and you could end up causing yourself some real problems if you don't think about how you're going to manage that beforehand.
My dad used to tell me stories when he was in Korea in the wintertime, and I'm not going to say the name of it, what he called it, but they had the locals would knit these cute little tubes to keep certain things warm when you went to go pee at night, because nobody walked all the way over to the latrine. They just leaned out the door and peed out of the barracks. But they had you picked the first name, but the second name was blanket. And I don't think my dad brought his home, but they would buy new ones all the time from the locals because, you know, they kind of get disgusting. But yeah, all in the name of keeping yourself warm, because you didn't want to expose yourself when it's like 40 below outside and the wind is whipping and you got to go to the bathroom.
No.
Yeah, it's also easy to get disorientated when you leave a tent as well in the middle of the night, especially if there's a bit of a fierce winter storm going on.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely better if you're in a tent and you're in a winter storm and you're on the side of a mountain or you're in an exposed place, have a pee bottle. Pee into a bottle, and that actually also becomes a bit of a warm bottle as well. You pee into a bottle, you seal it up, make sure the lid's on, put it right back in your sleeping bag. You know, why waste that heat? And then you can deal with it the next day. Just remember what one's your pee bottle and what one's your water bottle.
Yeah, just don't bring homemade lemonade with you because you might not know the difference.
It's not fun, but it works.
So there's another question that came up as well, if we go back up slightly, and it's actually quite a significant one when it comes to the different types of weather that the person experiences. And like, you know, so Vanessa Kitty over there says muscle loss due to fatigue from cold, sudden muscle fatigue, you can't grab stuff, pick up stuff, etc. So it's quite a big difference between having, like, you know, the types of body types that cope with different types of, you know, weather. And I think that it's quite important in those types of terrains as well. If you look at body types, you'll actually see that in those colder regions, a lot of the guys that are in those colder regions end up not getting, like, obviously it can be, it has its negatives if you have too much body weight, but a bit of body weight and a good amount of muscle can actually help you tremendously when it comes to being able to, just keep that muscle fatigue at bay. And then obviously being able to make sure that you are in a good condition, that you are, you know, physically well off, being fit to a degree, but obviously not too skinny, because skinny can also work against you quite a lot.
Yeah.
Just body size does actually matter quite a bit when it does come to that, and the capability for a person to stay functional, irrespective of how cold it really is. Good to see you, Bob. Thanks for popping in. It's always good to see you, brother.
I think pretty much everybody but me here was in the military. But my dad said they used to take, when he went to the hot places, or in Korea when it was dead of summer and like really hot, they gave out salt tablets. And you took a salt tablet, and that was so you didn't dehydrate. I guess everybody thinks that you eat salt, it dehydrates you. No, it just doesn't let the water leave as easily, I guess. Did any of you guys ever take salt tablets?
Yeah, electrolytes and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, because you without having the salt and electrolytes in your body, you experience cramps really early on. It doesn't take much before you start feeling the cramps. That becomes a real problem if you are, for example, if you were using a still to purify water, to get purified, clean water from, say, something like a reverse osmosis system, because you're trying to take water away from salt water, because it lacks the salt content and the electrolyte content, that water eventually will actually start to cause you some issues as well. So you need to replenish that with other vitamins and minerals. You can't just rely entirely on that. It wouldn't be entirely self-sustaining. So you have to have these other things there too. So if you were going to be in a place for a prolonged period of time, or you were traveling a long time, you have to take that stuff with you, especially just to maintain body function. What somebody was talking about earlier, just about muscle mass, is definitely, I'd imagine, the case that the leaner you are, the more susceptible to cold you are. I think it's genuinely true that women do feel the cold more than men, and I think that I might be wrong with this, but I would imagine that's literally just because of overall body size. I imagine women are, because they're generally smaller than men, it's harder for them to maintain body temperature, and they're generally slimmer than men as well. They don't carry as much fat in the kind of places men do. They have it in other places, and I imagine that has some factor on why they feel the cold a little bit more than men. Circulation wise.
Come on, man. You haven't been to Walmart in the United States lately, have you?
No. Dexterity is definitely another big thing as well. That's not so much to do with muscle mass necessarily, but the cold. Anybody that's dipped their hands in very cold water and then tried to do anything with their hands afterwards, they'll find it very difficult to do that. And there's actually been recorded cases in history of people dying of exposure because they couldn't get a fire going, even though they had a box of matches, but they couldn't strike the match with their hands because they were so cold because they'd fallen in a lake and then they froze, and they're trying to strike the match and they just can't get it going. And there's a tradition in Scotland and in other places in the world, in bothies, where you leave matches behind. You leave the tail of the match out of the box so that it's easier to grasp and strike, and you don't have to open the box and fiddle about and all this kind of stuff.
Norfolk UK Prepper has a question, actually. What if you need a number 2 in sub-zero temps that and can only go outside? What you do? Well, you need an
You better be quick.
protected, a protected place, and you need to have isolation, so you don't see it on the snow or ice directly. So you need some isolation.
I'll tell you the nasty truth to that for people who have actually spent time in particularly extreme cold conditions, or in the military. There's something called where you have these observation points in the military, where you go out to a sort of forward position in order to observe the enemy, and you build this little shelter, and usually in some horrible place like a jagged bush or something like that, and it's called a hasty. Basically, it's a wire mesh roof, and you put like a tarpaulin above you and things like that, and you hide in this hole basically. And the question always comes up: how do you go to the toilet? How do you do a number 2? And the truth is, you do it in there in a bag. Basically, you're doing it into a sandwich bag, and you clean yourself up the same way you normally would. You seal it up and you move it to the side. And eventually, what the soldiers would do is they bury it. If you're in a tent in the Arctic somewhere, you would do the same thing, and you would put it in the bag and you would put it into the vestibule, and it would freeze solid. And then when you prepare yourself the next morning to move, you throw that stuff away anyway. That's what you do. You don't want to go outside of the tent and expose yourself to those conditions because of what? Modesty? Doesn't. I mean, if you're in the tent by yourself, who cares? You just do it in there. If you've got a buddy in there, he's going to have to do the same thing, or she's going to have to do the same thing anyway, in those kind of extreme conditions. Because, like I say, there are many accounts of people leaving tents in those kind of climates and bloody falling off a cliff because, or becoming disoriented because they don't know where they are in the whiteout. So
I agree with
a
that.
sandwich bag. That's the answer.
I agree with that. That is a good option. Vanessa says one guy had a hammer frozen solid in his hand, and as he reached out to strike a stake from inside, his buddies grabbed him back. Yeah. His arm froze solid as he poked it out of tent swinging. That is cold. I agree. Waits. Your food and drink in the military designed to rehydrate you properly. Yeah.
You get electrolyte solutions and things and military rations and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Help with this process. So the salt water, to an extent, I mean, it depends what you mean by salt water. If you were to drink actual salt water, like seawater, for example, then that will dehydrate you extremely quickly, much faster than fresh water.
Yeah,
would be fatal. You can't, your body can't absorb mass amounts of salt. The thing about salt is your body needs salt. You need it for your muscles. You need it to retain moisture. You need it for all sorts of functioning reasons. But it's very easy to overdose on salt as well. You could kill somebody with salt quite easily. If you consumed a lot of salt quickly, you would die. You would go into cardiac arrest. But it can also cause many other functional problems as well. So if you were to drink salt water, for example, of a high salinity, like the sea, your kidneys would fail. Eventually you would run into other delirium problems. You become extremely dehydrated, and delirium would endure after that, and eventually you would go into cardiac arrest and die.
So there are ways that you can actually circumvent that problem by moderation. Obviously, within that scenario, moderation is going to be key. And then if you do have the ability to have dried meat, so like having biltong or beef jerky, things similar to that, are actually really, really good for those scenarios because it is a slower and a more gradual release of making sure that you do have sufficient salt level within your body. And then this question over here that Shadow's highlighted, one of the best ways, particularly if you're fit, is just to make sure that you, and a lot of people have studied this, and you can look into the studies yourself, but there are ways in which to internally control that as well. Obviously, the basic ones are friction and body warmth as well through the type of clothing that you're wearing. It's also making sure that you have a good level of cardio. Doing cardio workouts can actually make you, it really is incredible just how good. Even everybody knows how much I love push-ups and that as well. But push-ups are something that can actually help you really quickly to just increase your body temperature by quite a lot. You are burning through fuels really quickly too. So if you do have the capacity to replenish those, it can be really good. And then obviously body heat is, that's a really good one too. That I don't want to get into too much now. But I will say that it's definitely important to try and make sure that you maintain that level of body heat as well, because it's in the evening where it does start getting extremely cold. So having things like very good thermal sleeping bags can also be very good for you too. And then the type of tent you're using. So different tents, obviously, in different scenarios have a much more beneficial impact on the person that's using them compared to others. Like if you have the correct tent, not only the tent itself, but the way that you're sleeping. A lot of the time when you are, most people do understand the reason why a lot of the time that you'll spend in the bush, you'll actually elevate the sleeping surface that you're staying on because it's against the ground where you lose a lot of your body heat directly through the earth. But when you've got the ability to raise yourself up a certain degree, as you would have when you're sleeping on a bed at home, roughly the same height as well would be beneficial. And then you can also, you can use logs, you can stack rocks and then logs and make yourself a makeshift bed. Because if you're sleeping anywhere on the floor, unless it's in a cave and you're kind of compelled to do so because of the height restrictions, then basically what you've got is the ability to, keep your body heat quite high by making sure that you're off the ground. And then when you are doing so as well through a thermal sleeping blanket and through thermal wear as well, you can also find that those emergency blankets sometimes work extremely well at insulating yourself and making sure that you've got the capacity to regenerate your body heat as well through the evening.
Yeah.
And then obviously
the one thing I read about emergency blankets, those real thin space blankets, whatever you want to call them, with the foil lining, whatever it is, you don't want it touching your skin. It'll reflect the heat back to you. But if you wrap it on your arm or something, no, the heat goes right out. You don't want it touching your skin if you want to use it to keep warm. So if you're wearing something else, like, a jacket, coat, something, and your skin's not exposed, sure, wrap yourself up. That'll help you keep in there. But if you're naked and afraid, yeah, not happening.
Absolutely true. Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely true.
It's good to point that out to make people aware of that too, because not everybody's got experience with them. A lot of people might even have them, but never actually have used them. And it's really important to know that. Just to actually have a level of insulation and then, your thermal sleeping bag, and then have that sheeting over it as well to make sure that you've got that emergency blanket.
Yeah, and make sure when it comes to sleeping bags that you have a good one that can handle the temperature. But those sleeping bags are really expensive.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, convection to the ground is always a killer.
Yeah.
I brought some examples with me. There we go. Before winter hits, this is stuff you can do right now. Get some of this silicone spray and spray it all over your outdoor clothes, even your shoes. I use this stuff every winter, just before winter hits. so that you don't get wet. It's a water repellent. It doesn't make it waterproof,
Yeah.
but it repels water. One more thing, you can do this yourself at home, well, in your spare time. Just get an old kitchen kettle and some paraffin wax and make your own waxed fire starters. These will start a fire even in wet wood. They're paraffin wax. It's just popsicle sticks, yarn, and old clothing, and stoke them in the paraffin wax until they stop bubbling, Then it's full of wax and you're done. But
Yeah, that's pretty good.
One of the most important things, because I used to deer and elk hunt and all that, coyote hunting, and right here are Gore-Tex boots.
Yeah.
Gore-Tex, insulated Gore-Tex boots. These are Danner boots. They're expensive, but you will thank you will appreciate it, because
How much do you have to pay for that kind of boots?
these years ago were over $200 for a pair,
Oh,
but it's worth it.
yeah.
These are actual hunting boots. They're not hiking boots. They're different.
Yeah, that's a hunting
The
boots.
sole is-
I can see that.
Yeah, the sole is very soft, and when you walk on top of hard surfaces, it doesn't click. It absorbs the sound, and it's got a good grip. Yeah, hunting boots, insulated Gore-Tex hunting boots. And then one more thing for everyday use, right here. Carry some of this stuff in your car. It's for de-icing your windows, right?
Good point.
Yeah, everyday use, because it's a lot like England and Scotland here. It's very wet, and at nighttime everything freezes on your car, and at least you won't crash your car when you're trying to pull out of the driveway and go to work. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's better to have the squeeze bottle than the spray type as well. I find the spray, the aerosol versions of that de-icer, once it gets about halfway down in the very cold conditions, they tend to fail. They freeze up and they don't do very well. Ironically, the de-icer becomes too icy to use, so the actual spray bottle like that are much better, I find. We use them in Scotland. This is not the coldest time of year, really, in this part of the world. Even though it's the end of the year, it's sort of February time is the coldest time of year, certainly in the UK. And that's when we start getting these deep frosts and lingering frosts.
Same here. Yeah, same here. Yeah. I'd say out of all of this stuff, one of the most important things is Gore-Tex boots. Spend the money. Spend the money, because you will be grateful later. You will,
Insulated footwear is definitely something that as people take. People really don't understand just how vital that is in extreme cold. We're talking about extreme winters here. We're not just talking about sort of a couple of minus a couple of degrees where it's kind of frosty outside. Once you start getting into the really cold sub-20s, sub-30 type temperatures or below, then without really proper insulated boots, you're going to run into some serious problems with your feet. Your boots yourself, you have to make sure that there's a vapor barrier between your boots and your feet also, so that you're not introducing moisture into the boot. So you can have a Gore-Tex lined boot which will prevent moisture getting in, but it doesn't necessarily allow the moisture to get out as easily, despite what Gore-Tex say. Gore-Tex for years, by the way, have been lying to people that their stuff is 100% waterproof and breathable. No, it's one or the other. It's not both. When Gore-Tex gets wet, it can't breathe. So it's breathable until it gets wet, and then it's waterproof, but it's not breathable. So that's important to remember, and that's why you have to have a vapor barrier between any of your body and kind of Gore-Tex clothing and things like that. That's why if you wear Gore-Tex jackets and Gore-Tex trousers in very cold environments and it's raining, you will still get wet eventually, because there's nowhere for your own body moisture to go to, because it's not evaporating out through that, because essentially what's happened is the material has wetted out and there's a layer of moisture on the outside that goes between the fibers, and the moisture on the inside can't get through those fibers. Gore-Tex for years used to show you a graphic of like the water molecule coming from your body being smaller than the water molecule from the outside, and therefore it somehow magically passed through.
What do you use?
I use Gore-Tex as well, or something similar. Gore-Tex is a fantastic waterproof garment. But what I'm saying is people have got to understand that it's not as breathable as people or like the company tell you it is when it gets wet. It can't be two things at the same time. It's simply one or the other. And you can actually cause yourself more problems by believing that, because you end up thinking you can just kind of run around and do whatever you want while you're wearing Gore-Tex and it's wet outside, thinking all the moisture is going to somehow breathe out through the material, and it won't. It will stay inside the material and you'll get wet. I mean, there's lots of clothing myths around survival in cold climates. Actually, another one that I always occasionally hear is you lose most of your body heat through your head. No, you don't. That's a very old myth that came from the British Army experiment in the 1950s. You don't lose any more heat from your head than you do from any other part of your body with the same surface area. Okay, so
well, I'll beg to differ as somebody who's bald. So like, I'll tell you that if because of the hairstyle that I have to rock, because I have a receding hair like that, I'll tell you that like the notable difference between having like a beanie on compared to not having a beanie on, I will argue that point there specifically. I do hear what you're saying though. It's more of like the point of heat centralization that would actually really get your whole average body temperature would decrease rapidly, and you would actually experience a large amount without having your head covered. But it is, I think that more importantly, that you might have been alluding to as well, is that your hands and your feet are actually so much more central to making sure that you're also staying warm. And then your wrists, because of the vein systems as well that occur along your wrists, making sure that your wrists aren't exposed to the elements. Would you say that your hands and feet, or is that like more, because I hear what you're saying about not being, not having to make sure that your headgear is correct, but hands and feet, would you agree, Alan?
I think you're probably misunderstanding what I'm saying. So it's not that you don't lose body heat from your head or any other part of your body. It's to do with the surface area of your body. So you're feeling the cold on your head because it's completely bare. And it's actually quite a large area at head, not just your head, but heads in general. But if let's say, for example, your head makes up, I don't know what percentage of your overall body that makes up from a surface area point of view. Let's say it's 5%. Okay.
Sure.
If you were to put a hat on right now and a face mask and cover your head completely, but then expose any other part of your body, 5% of your body, you will lose an identical amount of heat through that 5% of your body than you would have through your head. No more heat comes through your head than any other part of your body.
Right.
And I think it's more because our heads are generally more exposed than the other parts of your body. Your face is exposed, your nose. Yeah. I mean, depending on how cold it is, what kind of mask you got on, if you're wearing goggles. I mean, your eyes lose heat too. I mean, your eyeballs can freeze really fast in very, very cold weather. But, it's just... The extremities of your like your hands, your feet, your nose, your ears, these kind of places, they are more susceptible to cold injury and cold damage. But it's not because they lose more heat. It's simply because there's not a lot there. I mean, your finger is just a very, very small piece of skin, and there's not a lot of blood flowing to it, and then it meets the bone. So it's far more easy to cause a cold injury to a finger than it is, say, your stomach. But from a skin point of view, from an exposure point of view, it's pretty much identical, actually. But your blood is flowing around your body, and your body, once it starts to decrease its central core temperature, will start to prioritize the more critical parts of your body. So it will prioritize maintaining blood flow to the center of your body and your head, for example, because you've got critical organs in those places. And it will pay less attention to your feet and your fingers and your nose and stuff, because you can kind of afford to lose some of those. You can't afford to lose the other parts of your body, for example.
Brain function immediately, because it obviously controls everything as well. So
absolutely.
Having the capability to be acutely minded as well. And that's the whole thing where you can actually get, you can start having a lot less cognitive function when you are suffering from something as severe as cold as well, and hypothermia. There are different types, layers of hypothermia. I'm supposed to know this within the scouting world. I'm supposed to know this as well. It's just been a while since we've actually done a course on that, so that's actually good that I have a bit of a refresher. So I think that when it does come to that, being my main point that I'm making is just as a bald guy, I've been bald since I was like early 20s, and I'm like just approaching 40 now. So it's been about 20 years. And I can tell you that having the headgear, because of that surface area that you're speaking about as well, it definitely does obviously help in that too. So I do hear exactly what you're saying. It's about the surface area.
Yeah.
If it's because I'm bald as well, so that you don't see it as much, but my like hairline right now is so rough, like it's like all the way back here. That's why you always see me bald, because my hairline, not just that, but like it's been going for a long time. So I also have a large predominant like weird kind of forehead shape. So when I was like in school and stuff, it is actually a big thing. So there's the surface area and actual layer is somewhere between, I'd say 8% rather than the 5%. But what I'll say is that it definitely does come down to your feet being extremely warm. And not just for the sake of them being warm, but if they do get wet and your feet start to crack, and then you're still supposed to, like travel a good amount of distance too, that can really be such a hindrance. And that's why those Gore-Tex boots that Bob was showing there, those hunting boots, man, those look amazing. Like that's not just functionality, but it's also like that level of warmth, because you can see that they're snug. They're very like cozy as well. And because they're designed and they go up around the ankle, if you looked at the ones that Bob was referring to, and that's the whole thing. With boots, you are going to pay for what you're getting and stuff as well. Like it is a bit of an investment, and that's why making sure that you are equipped with something for long-term SHTF. Those Gore-Tex that Bob was showing there as well, those boots are definitely going to last a really good amount of time if you take care of them, if you're conscious and aware of that too.
There is, I can see from the comments, the survival myths about things like losing more body heat from your head and other parts of your body. It's deeply ingrained in a lot of survival mythology. I actually know the whole history behind where that myth came from and why it still prevails to this day. And I still even hear it occasionally from mountain instructors, cold weather mountain instructors, because it gives you this belief that, well, if you're losing, say, 45% of your body heat through your head, which is what some people think that's what's happening, then if you fall, let's say you're walking on an icy lake and you fall through an icy lake and you get out the icy lake and you strip naked and you've got some dry clothes there, what order do you put the clothes on? Now, the logic would tell you if you lose 45% of your body heat through your head, put your hat on, put your hat on straight away, and suddenly you're 45% of your body heat's retained immediately, and the rest of your body butt ass naked in the middle of the snow is fine. You can come to that later. And it's just not true. No, cover the largest part of your body first. Stand on your clothes for a start, so your feet are off the snow, and then put your jacket on, or your base layer, your jumper. Then put your trousers on. The hat would probably be the last thing I put on, and then the gloves, and then the socks. It actually came from a 1950s study of the British Army where they exposed people to cold conditions, and then they monitored their body loss of heat based on the clothing they were wearing. And they said in that study, you actually lose a significant amount of body heat via your head. But they were talking about surface area. They weren't talking about it like being like a plume where heat just somehow radiates through your head. And because people suddenly then bolted other beliefs onto this, like, well, heat rises, therefore it makes kind of sense that a lot of it would go up to your head. And maybe there's not a lot of fat there, so it's kind of just, there's nothing insulating it. That makes a lot of sense. And you can see where the myth then starts to generate. But, I mean, if people don't want to take my word for it, and I'm giving wrong survival information here, that, of course, this is just my opinion in that case, so don't,
No.
do your own research with us. Take a look. I mean, everybody's got access to the internet right now. Just ask the question if it's true and where that saying came from. The problem is that I've got lots of survival books behind me, and about 50% of those books tell me that you lose most of your body heat through your head, and I know that's wrong.
That's the thing. That's, I think, one of the most exciting things about life itself is that we consistently are learning and growing as people. And that's why I don't, when I hear something that's like, you know, the way that you're also illustrating it and the way that you're explaining it does, you know, make me very much question my former belief, where I also believed along the same lines. And then when I'm hearing something as well, and that's why I'm saying, like, learning and being able to grow as a person and having enough introspection to actually be like, hey, wait a minute, I could actually be wrong about something like this, when it does come down to that. And I'm absolutely willing to, and I will be going and, you know, just going into a little bit more of the research and scientific understanding behind it, because I'd love to be able to add that to what I currently know. So for bringing that up, that's really important. And I think that that's something where I genuinely love that. I did want to explain that the most, like, expensive item of clothing or item of gear that I really have at the moment as well, when it comes to clothing and that too. I went to go and fetch them, and you would have seen that UK Urban Prepper, I think, or was it Norfolk? Norfolk was speaking about the different types of boots and stuff as well, like adventure motorcycle boots. And these specifically, even though they're not really designed for the cold, for colder nights and for when you are walking around and for when you need to have your feet protected, there's very few other pairs of items that, when it comes down to that. And that's why I say that even with the ones that Bob was showing there, those ones are legitimately, like, absolutely incredible. There are a couple of options. So this will not be as, you can't travel as far in this as much as you can on the ones specifically that Bob was showing there, a good pair of hiking boots or a good pair of hunting boots. But yeah, just being able to kind of be adaptable. Also, this weighs a ton. So if you're not used to wearing this around, it really can become quite cumbersome, and it adds a lot. And those who actually have done, like, extensive hiking would know that quite often you're trying to shed as much weight as you possibly can. So they're not, you know, specifically designed for tracking in a community group from one side of the country to another, for example, but rather just, you know, standing ground and having the capability to be protective through various types of hazardous things that you could run through, whether it be glass, whether it be fire. There's a lot of things like that where it actually comes to the benefit. But there again, it's plastic. So run through fire with plastic for long enough, and we all know what happens to plastic when it gets hot. So yeah, it's just, even though, and that's another thing though, because of the fact that a lot of the ADV type boots are designed to be around motorcycles a lot of the time, they are actually layered with a level of fire retardant. So it's really good. Good to see you, by the way, Mark. I actually will be catching up with you guys soon. I've been on for about an hour and a quarter now, and I will be spending a bit of time with the missus. But Merry Christmas to all of you who I haven't said it to yet already, and I hope that you had a good Christmas, and I'll catch up with everybody soon. So lovely to chat to you, Alan. And I did send you an Instagram, by the way, Alan. I don't know, you don't seem to check Instagram too often. But...
I never check it, actually, but I'll take a look.
All right.
It's one that I've got social medias on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram where things from YouTube automatically post there, but I don't even have the app on my phone.
Right.
You know, so I'll need to log in and take a look.
You're better for it, other than Instagram being really funny, if you consistently feed your algorithm with, like, the really humorous and comedic stuff, which I've been able to do, and then it just gives me comedy all the time. And survival tips, comedy, survival tips, and gardening is what my Instagram feed consistently gives me. So it does, these type of feeds do, you know, cater to what you're actually feeding it. But anyway, I'll catch up with everybody soon. Good to see you again, Bob, and good for now, Chef Tech. I'll catch up with you guys soon.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
CR is on strike 2, by the way.
Is he doing cold jokes again?
Yeah.
He's probably the most qualified person here to talk about this kind of
Exactly. I think it goes above 15 degrees Celsius for, like, what, 3 days a year there, CR? The rest of the time you got snow and ice.
Yeah.
In my area, we can get minus 27.
Oh.
Yeah, I was saying that's the coldest temperature the UK has ever reached before. Which, I mean, to CR, he's probably thinking minus 27. That's a balmy summer's day. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And further north, you can get minus 33, 35, and even further, you can get minus 40 if you are lucky.
That's Celsius. Like right now, it's 32 degrees on my deck. It's 0. Celsius. So after that, the math, I just call CR. He does that math in his head.
He does. He does real fast.
I think at a certain point when you're talking about the minuses, it doesn't matter if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. It's because it's the same. I don't know what point that is, but there is definitely a point where I think minus 40 Celsius and minus 40 Fahrenheit are the same. I might be wrong with that, but I think that might be the case. Fahrenheit's never made any sense to me. I can't work out at all.
I have issues with that too. So
Yeah,
you know,
it makes no sense. It's just huge numbers for no reason.
Know. It's funny because everything I do here, like my freeze drying and all that, it's in grams.
Yeah,
because it's all. I mean, I can put stuff on a cup and weigh it out to, and just keep adding till it weighs 16 ounces, which is a pound, which is whatever in grams. But I could be off by 30 grams.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't round up to the next number until you get there, and that's a lot of weight, and grams is a whole lot more precise. That's why I use grams for all my freeze drying for, how much did it weigh before it went in and how much does it weigh when it comes out.
Yeah.
I know how much water to put in there in grams. Yeah, I'll convert it to ounces, liquid ounces, but it's just easier to do it in grams because it's more precise.
Yeah, the old metric versus imperial systems. There's lots of jokes around that kind of stuff, especially when you look at the old sort of the old imperial systems. Where it's like they were using goats and stuff to measure the distance of things. It's like 3 goats in a row. That's how we measure this, and 1 grain of rice, etc. But when it comes to Celsius, it seems easy. Celsius is 0 degrees is freezing point for water at sea level. And 100 degrees is boiling point for water at sea level. Very simple. And your body temperature is 37 degrees.
CR just brought up a good point. Yeah. When your hands get cold, don't take your gloves off and breathe on them. That's what every little kid does.
Yeah.
Because that humidity will make your hands wetter and freeze quick and get cold quicker. So you have to take them out of your gloves and stick them under your armpits or someplace that, but if it's too cold, you put it under your armpits, your core temperature is going to drop. So you got to watch that too.
Yeah, put your hands into your underwear.
Yeah, Guardian actually mentioned something earlier about your places where your veins are exposed and stuff. And like I'm saying that you don't really lose body temperature from any one part of your body more than any other part of your body, but there are some places in your body where you have vital veins. If you warm that area, the blood circulation in your body will help. So your neck, a really warm scarf on your neck, for example, the blood flow there is quite significant, and that will sort of help warm your entire body. Between your legs, sort of where that's a warm area. There's a lot of blood flow there as well. Under your armpits are a good place. These are great places for sort of heating yourself up or covering yourself up. A warm scarf can really make a difference in very cold weather. Not just for preventing warm air from coming out through your jacket and venting out and you're losing the heat, but also because you've got large blood vessels there as well.
Yeah, and the wind is its own factor. So if you're in a windy environment, you're not wearing that thick of clothing. Oh yeah, it'll penetrate through, especially if it's humid. And I can tell the difference around here when the humidity's up and it's 30 degrees or 0 Celsius. If the humidity's high, it feels really cold outside, but we get days where the humidity is like really low and it's 0 Celsius. And I go outside, I'm like, yeah, I'm good for a while because there's like no wind and the humidity's low. So it doesn't penetrate through you, I guess.
Yeah.
Wind will kill you. It will. It really will very quickly.
So that's why you need to have a good shelter to protect you from the wind chill.
Yep. A big, thick scarf around your neck so that the wind doesn't blow down the back of your jacket down your spine.
Oh, that's horrible.
Isn't it, though?
Vanessa brought up earlier, I saw go by, was I think it was her, about snorkel, the snorkel hoods for your winter jackets, where it's like it sticks way out. They actually work because it doesn't let the wind just blow directly across your face. It has to get down a tube, so to speak. So yeah, they work well, and they help keep your heat from escaping as fast because the wind can't blow on it.
Yeah, we had those jackets in the Air Force, and they would tie into a tube like that, and the fur around it was coyote hair. And because I guess ice doesn't form on their hair. It just repels. So yeah, you can see guys out there working on the B-52 bombers up in the northern hemisphere with those things wrapped around their heads, you know. Hey, KP.
You see those old those Arctic masks that guys in the Second World War used to wear as well. It looks like a horror movie. It's like a leather sort of mask that they put on their face, and you can just see the eyes, and they've got like a cutout here with little holes in it, you know, to let the moisture come out. But you can still get a hold of them in some places. They're fantastic if you can get them. You look like Hannibal Lecter wearing it, but you know, really great if you can get a hold of one.
Vanessa says dehydration in the Arctic was prevalent. If everyone is not reminded to drink water, those events increase dramatically. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Well, the Arctic is essentially a desert. When people think of deserts, they imagine sort of dry, hot, sandy places. But a desert is actually just anywhere with an extreme lack of water. So the ocean is a desert. It's a watery desert because you can't drink that water. And the Arctic is a desert because there's the snow everywhere, but you can't extract the water from that snow without an outside source of heat, not easily. And you can't melt snow just by putting it in your mouth for long, because what you're doing if you put snow or ice in your mouth in order to melt it, you're expelling more energy to try and melt that solution than the kind of the benefit that you're getting back from it. It's not so much you're getting any energy from water, but you're expelling a lot of calories by doing that. Also, it's slightly dangerous to do that as well, because you can cause blistering, and cold exposure to your mouth can cause burns. You can actually burn your mouth by putting ice in your mouth in certain temperatures. You can do it a little bit to some extent. Again, this is another one of these survival grey areas where people say, no, I've absolutely never put snow in your mouth, never do it. I would say, well, you know, it kind of depends on where you are and if you can get away with it. If it's sort of -10 and you need a drink and there's snow around, you could probably get away with it for a little bit.
Do you guys know what to look for when someone's in? One of the last things, I lost a relative. He got lost in the woods and he died from exposure. One of the last things somebody who's dying from hypothermia does is they strip their clothing off.
Yeah, because they think they're hot.
Yeah. Your body takes all that blood from its extremities and puts it into your body core, and they get a big flash of heat. So they strip their clothes off. So if you see anybody in your party doing that, they're close to dead, you know.
I was at a party where they started stripping, but they weren't because they had hypothermia.
They're doing it for dollars?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
Norfolk UK Prepper has a question, actually. What about a motorbike snood to keep your neck warm?
Yeah, it's better than having nothing on your neck, is what I would say to a lot of these kind of things. But you do have to be kind of careful about certain items of clothing are designed for very specific scenarios, and they don't always cross over well into other places. I think a motorbike snood would probably be okay in most cases, but for the most part, they're generally made of things, you know, like nylon and polyester, with a little bit of cotton and things like that. Whereas if I was in very extreme cold conditions, I'd be favouring more like merino wools and other wool type garments and natural fibre based clothing and things like that, as opposed to anything to do with the synthetic stuff. I mean, one thing that again has always slightly annoyed me with some of the confusion around what certain survival items people give for cold weather climates is things like down clothing. So you'll often hear people say down clothing is far better than synthetic clothing. You know, a down jacket is better than a synthetic jacket. And it's not really true, because it depends on the environment that you're in. So the environment I'm in, for example, in the very, if it was -27 here, let's say it was the coldest year again on record in the UK, I would still be better off wearing a synthetic jacket over a down jacket. The reason being because the atmospheric, the moisture content, the humidity rate in the UK is quite high. So synthetic clothing is far more tolerant to moisture that's came from the atmosphere. So it's more tolerant to high humidity environments. But if you're in a very, very dry, low humidity environment, like you're in the Alps or something, or way up a mountain, then down is far better because it's not being exposed to the moisture and it's got more loft, and therefore it'll keep you warm, but be much lighter.
I'll be back soon, guys. I'm gonna go say hello to
Okay.
my friend Maria for a few minutes, and peace out.
Peace
But
out.
I advocate for killing and skinning every raccoon you can get your hands on, and make them.
Make them into hats.
Yes,
Our
yes,
my fur keeps me warm, dude. I'm telling you.
I know it does. All right, I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Yeah,
Peace
but-
Yeah.
out.
The symptoms of hypothermia is actually quite interesting because a lot of people think that the first symptom of hypothermia is just shivering. You know, you're shivering because that's your body trying to generate heating. That is one of the symptoms, but another more common symptom early on is just confusion. So
Yeah.
slight confusion or trouble concentrating or not quite getting things right. That's actually a symptom of mild hypothermia as well. So if you're with somebody else and you start to notice that they're being slightly confused about what it is they're doing, that could be an early symptom of that. So is things like being sick or nausea or rapid breathing, weakness, fatigue, your skin going kind of pale, kind of like you're travel sick. I get motion sickness, and oddly enough, I've never had hypothermia before, but I've had a heat injury before, in extreme heat. I've been in an extreme heat environment where I've felt all of the symptoms of it's pre-heat stroke, but sort of on the par of that. And all of the symptoms I felt were the same as motion sickness. Hypothermia, heat stroke, and motion sickness have all the same symptoms, pretty much.
I know heat stroke because I pretty much almost didn't succumb to it, but I was working out in my garage in the dead of summer, and it was Celsius or Fahrenheit wise. I think it was about 100 degrees pulling an engine out. And I was drinking a little bit of water here and there, and then I just stopped. And then I forget what. Oh, then I just felt cold all of a sudden. And I got a little dizzy. So I went in the house, and my mom realized what was going on, man. She threw me right in the tub, not freezing cold water, but cool water, and wouldn't let me drink water too fast. Because you drink it too fast, your tongue and all that swells up. Depends on how dehydrated you are. But yeah, I was way dehydrated, and I stopped sweating. Literally, I realized, I'm like, why am I not sweating anymore? I wasn't wiping my face every 12 seconds with a towel, and I stopped sweating. And I got a little dizzy, confused, and I made it back to the house, fortunately, or my mom probably would have found me out in the garage, slumped over the car. But yeah, heat stroke and hypothermia, they're almost identical, just opposite ends of the spectrum. I mean, your body does things, and then if you don't realize it, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, they're both simply symptoms of your body shutting down. That's what it is. Your body has reached a point where it's not able to maintain its core temperature, either hot or cold, and it's going through the identical motions and processes of shutting down. And the symptoms would therefore, it makes sense to sort of be identical in that case. And you mentioned a good point as well about what your mother did about gradually bringing your core temperature back up as well. That's an important factor because you can get hot and cold shock from the rapid change of temperature. So there's people who have been found in the snow, for example, hypothermic, frozen solid, and they're absolutely, they've been found by rescuers or whatever. You've got this instinct to immediately bring them into a boiling hot tent and get some warm clothes on them and huddle them up and get heating on, all that kind of stuff. That can actually cause them a serious injury by doing that. You have to gradually bring their core temperature back up to normal. You have to do it quickly, but not so quickly that it puts your body into a type of shock.
Yeah, we've all kids do it. You come inside, your fingers are freezing, you run them under hot water.
Yeah.
And then it burns and it hurts and you're screaming. Your mom's going, I told you not to put hot water on it.
Yeah.
No,
I think there's actually I can't remember
idea.
the exact experiment, but there's an experiment where you can put one hand in cold water, one hand in hot water, and I believe eventually you can't tell the difference. I mean, like your body literally can't tell what's the hot and what's the cold, because it feels the same, which is odd.
Merino wool hat, balaclava, socks, and base layers. Yeah. Vanessa says I use wool blankets between my others shift layers on blankets. Because the down is so loose, the air trapped in the feathers will contract. Yes, says Kaylin. They say it's the best, but really expensive. Indeed. Vanessa says incoherence, that matters. Heat stroke is horrible. Never had it, so I can tell.
Yeah, I got quite close to a series. I got to the point where I passed out. So I was dizzy, disorientated, vomited, and then passed out. And I had to be cooled down by people around me. So the next step after that is death, which you don't want to be.
Yeah. Over and under core body temps. Yeah. Hypothermia in the summer from rain hiking. Yeah, you can actually get hypothermia in summertime, which people don't think you can have.
Oh, you can.
But you bet you can. And that's for sure.
The vast majority of people who die in survival situations die of exposure. Almost nobody dies from starvation or dehydration unless they're in very specific circumstances. Most people die of exposure, whether that's heat exposure or cold exposure. Usually it's cold exposure because it tends to be in environments like the mountains and things like that where people get caught out and lost. Whereas in hot countries, very few people are trying to cross a desert or something. So you're less likely to die of heat exposure. But even in the town where I live, just a few years ago, there was a teenage boy on a night out drinking heavily. Alcohol also is not very good for your blood. It contracts your blood vessels and thins your blood, etc. So alcohol is a bad thing to have in cold environments.
Oh yeah.
But he was out, drinking all night, and he was walking from the bar to his house, and he took a shortcut across the motorway basically, and he ended up at a big roundabout near a service station. Long story short, I mean, we're only talking about 5 miles of a walk, but what happened was he got to this roundabout, and for some reason he decided he was just going to sit down and go for a nap, probably because he was so drunk, and he was only a couple of miles from home, and he died of exposure because he was just wearing his shirt and his jeans, and he's clothing outdoors. But the temperature that night was only just at the point of freezing, only just. Wasn't even below freezing. It was maybe 1 or 2 degrees or something like that, and yet he still managed to die just on a single night.
Kaylin says 13 years ago I was at a large event and I found a person with heat sickness. This was in mid-May. That was not a pretty sight, but she got treated in a cooling bath.
Yeah. I know we're talking about extreme winter, but I mean, it's slightly relevant as well when it comes to talking about hot weather. A lot of people also think, this guy's died out there in the desert of dehydration. He hasn't died of dehydration. He's died because he's basically cooked his body with the sun. So the temperature has cooked his brain, it's cooked his body, it's cooked him to the point where he's became disorientated, he's fell down, and he's not able to maintain his bodily functions, and he's died. Hydration had nothing to do with it. If you expose somebody to very, very cold climates or very, very hot climates, and then give them all the water they want, they'll still die. because
Yeah.
it's the force on their body that's causing the problems, and nothing you can put into your body will eventually stop you succumbing to the outside elements. And that's why cover's so important. Your clothing or building or something. So cover's the most important aspect of winter and heat survival. Almost all survival, actually.
Adventures with Zog says, I found some cheap outlets that sell decent merino wool items. Decathlon have some good products with high merino wool content.
Yeah. Be careful of the ones that are marketing themselves as merino wool, but then when you take a look at the fabric distribution, that's maybe only 5 or 10% merino wool and the rest of it's garbage. It's okay if it's a mix of wools, that's fine, because merino wool is more expensive than normal wool. So sometimes companies will mix the two, but you'll also get cheap Chinese companies that will say it's merino wool, but it's actually only 10% wool and then 90% spandex or something.
Yeah.
So I would never go any more than sort of 80-20. It's actually a good idea to have stuff that's not 100% wool anyway. This includes blankets. 100% wool blankets and 100% wool clothing is quite fragile and fairly susceptible to damage. Whereas
And
if
it's
you
heavy
add,
too.
yeah, but if you add a 20% mix of something, apart from lowering the cost, it also makes it more robust and it can make it a little bit more durable in the outdoors. And so that's that. I would say 80-20 is a good split.
Yeah, and Vanessa says wide brim hats, layers, always layers, and keep them at hand. If you remove layers, you will need layers later. Yeah, definitely.
The current US military layering system consists of 7 layers. So, and it's thin layers all the way out to big duffel jacket type layers on the outside. And they currently use a 7-layer system. I would also say that the concept of venting is as important as layering. If you can learn how to vent clothing properly, then it's much better than just layering. Because the problem with layers is you have to take them on and off all the time if you're moving. Because if you're getting too hot, you have to take layers off and then move, and then when you start slowing down and get cold, you put layers back on. But if you have garments that allow you to vent air and vent moisture, then you can do less of that, and there you can travel further and you can wear less, and it becomes less cumbersome.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. Take care, Norfolk you Prepper. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
I know you guys were talking about food earlier. I heard Alan talking about, you don't want canned food or wet foods if it's going to be below freezing all the time. Yeah, you said you keep saying dehydrated. Yeah, there's dehydrated food, but freeze-dried food, because it's easier to get water.
Yeah.
Well, it's easier to get water than to thaw out your frozen brick of whatever you got in a can.
Yeah.
To try to heat it up and cook it. And freeze-dried food, you need water. I do like freeze-dried apples and that. I don't add water to those, but you need something to drink because it's going to need a lot of moisture. It's going to pull a lot of moisture out of your body to digest it because there's zero moisture in there. So when I do that and I freeze dry those, but you definitely need a cup of coffee or a glass of milk or something with that because you can eat a couple of them and your mouth just goes dry.
Yeah, and if you eat food with high content of fat will drain your body of water as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because fat needs a lot of water to be digested. So that is another point or thing to think about.
Sorry if I keep going quiet here. I just ground 40 pounds of chicken, which is 2.2 pounds per kilo. So 8 kilos of chicken all ground up, and I'm cooking it off in batches right now for bunch is going in the freeze dryer. The rest of it's for my dog, and other stuff we just pack up in 1 pound cooked ground chicken just for making meals and that. And CR is going to be like, of course he's talking about food again.
Yeah. You can throw meat in water as the water is warmer than ice. Yeah. Welcome back, Vanessa.
Just having a quick look online there, it says online that your body can use between 200 and 400 mils of water to consume to digest the average meal. So one single meal can take 400 mils of water from your body in order to digest that meal, which is interesting, if accurate.
Well, that's the fact. Fat needs more water to be digested, so
it makes sense because it's more dense, you know.
Yeah,
so,
it's more dense.
Yeah, anything that's very calorie dense, like I was talking about salami earlier being a very good substitute, but that's going to require a lot more water to digest. If it takes 400 mils of water to digest a meal, if your meal consists entirely of salami or like a fatty meat like that, if you eat an equivalent calorific
or bacon,
portion,
or if you have bacon or something.
Yeah, well, things like bacon have got quite high salt contents. So I mean, a lot of people will know if you eat a lot of bacon, you feel quite thirsty after it. You know, you actually want to drink water. And things like dairy as well. You know, anybody that's ever ate an entire 16-inch Domino's pizza to themselves one night with pepperoni will realize that throughout the night they're wanting water all night long, you know, because it's not only is it taking a lot of water to digest that, but it's quite salty as well, you know.
Yeah, it is. And it contains a lot of fat too, so
yeah, a huge amount of fat, so it's all burning water.
Vanessa says they needed to change the materials and how to make the packaging layers to withstand those extreme cold temperatures. Yeah, I bet they had to. Early in the development. I can't even.
Development.
Yeah, if the MRE. We had issues or at our remote stations and the delivery conditions causing issues with the triple layer packaging. So they need to redesign them.
I know from a little bit of experience, I know this from speaking to people who have used a lot of those American MREs, which have got an element in them that allows you to heat the food. It's a chemical reaction. You sort of put the meal in the bag and it heats the food for you. It's a self-heating system. That doesn't work that well in cold weather. So a lot of the guys who do the mountain survival course in the US find that a lot of their MREs just don't work properly from the heat. So they end up having to eat cold stuff. So get used to eating the cold stuff. The British Army MREs don't have that heating element, you know, so it's always cold. You have to heat it up with a little stove.
Yeah.
I think the Swedish Army are the same. I think I've tried a Swedish Army ration pack as well. I've tried quite a few of them. At one point I had about 8 different countries and I was doing a test on all of them to see which one was best. No surprise, the Italian one seems to be the best in my opinion. Yeah.
Vanessa says, indeed, in cold weather, you find other unique ways to help heat them up. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know
problem.
In the UK military, the rations that they used to get come in like a foil bag. Basically the same as like a camping pack, and it's wet food, so it's already wet. If you knew you were going to do a march that lasted about an hour and then you were going to stop and you were going to eat a meal, a lot of guys would stuff them down the duke of their jacket, and then their body heat will heat the meal a little bit as well. So rather than having to set up a stove and go through all that palaver, you can actually just take it right out and eat the food, and it won't be hot, You know, it's only going to get as warm as your body, but at least it's kind of warm. It's not stone cold. Like if you took it out of your bag and it was freezing cold, you've got a bit of body temperature heat there.
Kaylin says that is why those rations are based on freeze-dried food. The wet-packed pouches could freeze if exposed to prolonged cold.
And
I agree with
they
that.
will. Yeah, well, we said that earlier on. The wet food freezes in freezing conditions for sure. So that's something to think about. Well, it might not matter though. If you're boiling in a bag and you've got access to a lot of water, that might not matter. You might be happy to carry the wet food and then defrost it in boiling water. But when I go into places that are below zero and I know freezing temperatures are a factor, I never take wet food with me.
Vanessa says one cannot expose your MRE to the outside at below freezing temps, below zero, below -20, etc. Multi-pocket pans and tops are a plus in every environment. Good point, Vanessa. No matter what. Another good thing is to have hand warmers. If it's really cold, you can put them in the boots and hand warmers. And those. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really great, these. I tell you, one thing I use these for as well, when we're talking about cold climates, they're not just good for heating up your hands or your socks or putting in your boots beforehand, but if you carry electronics with you and into cold environments, the cold weather is very detrimental to batteries and cold devices. So something I do is, like, I take all my camera gear with me, obviously, when I go out and I make YouTube videos, and I pack it all into a little bag like this. It's just a little sort of chest rig pouch, but I've got a space in there where I put my batteries, and then I put some of these in there, and this heats up my batteries as well. And it's also, if you've got a mobile phone, for example, if you don't want that to get cold overnight and so you want to put it in a bag like this, insulated, and then introduce some heat like these, and it's a safe way of keeping your electronics functioning.
Yeah, batteries are really sensitive to cold temperatures.
Funnily enough, this is actually the kind of food I would recommend in extreme cold temperatures as well. So this is 1,000-calorie freeze-dried food. This has got 1,000 calories, so it's very calorie dense.
And that is one meal.
It's one. Well, they on the back of the bag, because it's 1,000 calories, they would call this 2 meals, but it's in one pouch. And of course, I'm greedy, so that's one meal to me. So I would carry 3 of these because you're using more energy in the cold weather anyway. You would use this. Of course, the one downside of something like this is it requires a lot of water to hydrate it.
That requires a lot, probably 400 milliliters or something.
I would have thought so. I'll see what it says. It says it requires.
Yeah, probably anywhere from 400 to 800, depending on what it was. It probably doesn't tell you how much. It just says open a pack and fill it up to the line inside.
Yeah, it just says just add water, wait 5 minutes, eat from pouch, but it doesn't actually say like how much. But it's quite a big pouch, and because it's 1,000 calories, I would imagine this probably takes between 500 and 700 mils.
Yeah, probably a little bit more, because I know when I make mine, I weigh it beforehand, I weigh it after, and I see what was lost. And most of my average MREs I make, like, crap, I don't know, all kinds of stuff, noodles and beef noodle stuff and stuff like that. I'm adding anywhere from 800 to 1,200 milliliters of water, because that's how much weight came out of it in water, and that's to bring it back to what it was before it went in the freeze dryer. So, and I always put
Yeah.
a range on there because sometimes it's a little less, sometimes a little more. Sometimes you like it soupy, sometimes you like it thick.
Hey, Gary,
Depends on-
good to see you.
Actually, I mean, I tend to use this cup when I'm hydrating that food. This is a 750 ml cup, so and it probably could do with a little bit more water, to be honest. But yeah, it does take quite a lot of water. That's all. If you're in an Arctic environment, finding 700 mils of wet water is quite difficult, because what a lot of people don't realize is that when they say it would just melt snow, it actually takes quite a lot of energy to melt snow, and also snow is
Yeah.
mostly air. There's
Yeah,
more air.
you pack that cup as tight as you can, 750 mils with snow.
You get about that
you
much.
you might get 100 mils of water out of it.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why
Maybe.
you need a wider pot, and you need to be constantly feeding snow in there in order to try and get the level of water up there. And if you're in a very dry, powdery snow like the Alps or somewhere like that, or the snow is even drier, it's even more air dense than it is water dense.
Let's see here. Vanessa says, I was reheating my beef stew from the freezer a couple of days ago. List my attention and smelled something burning. Dang nabbit.
Dynamic.
Frozen on top, burned on the bottom. Yeah,
Yeah.
been there, done that.
Ever freeze-dried watermelon?
Yes, I did.
Sure.
And
Did it turn into a grape?
Yeah, you can do grapes in half. I've done those. I did watermelon once. I'll never do it again because there's so much sugar content in it. Yeah, if you're really fast, you can snap it like with your teeth. But as soon as it rehydrates even a little bit, it'll stick your teeth together. You're not getting your mouth open for a minute or two. It's like eating pure sugar. I'm like, okay, it's fine to a point. I've done a lot of sweet stuff. I prefer to just stick with apples and strawberries. Blueberries are okay, but you got to poke a lot of holes in them to get them to dehydrate or freeze dry, because the cells don't allow the water to leave very easily. So it takes a long time to do blueberries and solid fruits that have a skin on them. So usually you cut them in half, or you just I make blueberry powder. It's easier. I'll throw them in with, I'll chop them up and throw them in oatmeal and freeze dry oatmeal. So I got blueberry oatmeal, and I just add my water to it, and I got breakfast.
I would have thought a watermelon would actually be quite a hard thing to freeze dry, because
It is.
so
It's
much,
99.
there's
It's
so much
95% water. It takes forever. Now it
you've
doesn't
got like
shrink
a
up.
giant melon like this, and it just becomes this big when you're
No,
finished.
they don't shrink. Freeze drying, unlike dehydrating, where you just blow warm air across it, that'll shrink everything. But in a freeze dryer, no, they stay the same size. It just doesn't weigh anything. It's like styrofoam. It's a really cool. That's why I got that instead of just dehydrating stuff, because everything maintains its shape and size. It doesn't shrink down, but it just doesn't weigh anything. That's why that bag of food is big, but it doesn't weigh much. What is that? What does that whole bag weigh with the bag? Probably what, 150 grams, 200 grams.
It should be somewhere around that. Probably.
Net weight, 250 grams, maybe.
Net weight 207 grams.
Okay,
Yeah.
close.
Oh, it actually
yeah,
says preparation. See back of pouch. Water requires 440 mils. Fill to line 8. May require more water. It does require more water, because I use that whole mug, and like I say, that's 750 mils. I suppose it depends what it is. Some of the pasta type based stuff takes a little bit more water, or you get a crunchy pasta. This is chili con carne, which is my favorite one. It seems to be roughly, it's probably an 800 ml pouch. So I put double the amount of water in this as to what it's recommended.
Well, then it's nice and soupy and hot, and you got more volume, and plus you're getting more water when you do that.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. You're not wasting the water; you're still consuming it.
Right.
The problem isn't the fact that water in your body is always better than water not in your body. So there's no need to ration water unless you're in a place where it's hard to find water.
Right.
And that's the problem with these extreme cold environments, is water is actually quite hard to come by or make from snow or ice or whatever. maybe a little bit easier with ice, but if there's ice, then the
No,
You
it's
can
solid,
melt
doesn't take-
ice in
Yeah,
a
it takes
pot,
longer. It takes
but-
longer. Well, it should take about the same amount of time to melt, a liter of to make a liter of water either out of snow or ice. It would probably take the same energy and time. Might actually take more if it's ice because snow is mostly air and you can move it around a lot, but ice is a brick. So that center is going to stay cold. Just like when your water bottle freezes in the wintertime or whatever, and you let it thaw out, the center of it's still just a giant ice cube because it doesn't absorb heat. There's less surface area to volume ratio. So it can't heat up as quick. So it'll probably take more energy to melt ice, big pieces, than it would to melt snow, even though you just need a lot of snow.
Yeah, you definitely need more volume of snow than you would of ice. One little tip I'll give as well for anybody who's attempting to make water out of snow, because I've done this a few times, is when you've got your pot and you're looking to fill it full of snow, don't just fill it full of snow and then stick it on your stove, because you'll actually burn the bottom of your pot doing that. Add a little bit of water, a tiny little bit of water that you must keep behind a little bit of water just to put in the bottom. Then
and when you put that much snow in a pot and put it over heat, the condensation on the outside will put your fire out.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not put it out, but definitely hinder your
your ability. Yeah, it'll slow down you just waste more energy because it's trying to heat a wet pot.
Here where I am, in my area, we can get minus 27 degrees.
It doesn't get as cold as, it has done on very, very rare occasions in the UK, but generally I think you could expect a winter in the UK to be sort of minus 5 or 6 maybe minus 10 in places. Where I live, it could go to about minus 10 in the wintertime. They say winters are getting warmer here, though, wetter and warmer. So there's not actually been very many days below zero yet at the moment. Just looking at my weather app, it's going to be minus 1, 2, and 3 degrees over the next few days at nighttime. But during the day, it's still in the pluses. It's still sort of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees even.
And CR says he's joining. So we'll see when CR pops up. Vanessa says we have had down to the minus 30 Fahrenheit some years here through my life. Yeah, I bet.
And we had a couple cold spells here in southern PA last year. It went down to like 5-8 below Fahrenheit, which is, I don't even know what that is Celsius. I guess that's, I don't know, minus 20 couple. And it was a couple hard nights to keep the house warm.
The thing about keeping the house warm in these kind of extreme cold conditions as well is a lot of
that is
another pipes and stuff,
problem.
Yeah, especially if it's this cold snap. If you're from a country that this is a thing that a lot of people always seem to never really fully grasp. But when you hear stories, for example, like a harsh winter has brought the UK to a standstill. And then you take a look at the temperatures and it's like minus 10, minus 12, minus 15. People in Canada are thinking, what the hell are these idiots talking about? That's t-shirt weather. The difference being that we just don't have an infrastructure in place to be able to deal with that. So everything we've designed is designed around the notion that it never gets to those kind of temperatures. So pipes break, utilities burst. We don't have snow plows because the council is going to pay them for them all year round just to use them once every 10 years in a freak weather incident. We don't have huge stockpiles of salt to be able to clear roads and things like that. So it affects some countries more than others when it happens without warning or it's a freak event. You know, I think that's the difference when it comes to household preparation. People in the UK would suffer a lot more from a -10 winter over a prolonged period than, say, a country that has -20, 30 every year, because that's just a yearly thing. They're used to it and they have an infrastructure in place for it.
Yeah, and the problem with these extreme winter conditions is the grid is really sensitive. So the grid will probably go down at some point.
Yeah. I mean, power lines and things would definitely be affected in a lot of these places.
Yeah.
I was watching that. Is it the Ice Road Truckers? That TV show
Yeah.
where they're going across like extremely cold. I think they're going up to, what's the name of that place? It's like way up in, is it Canada? Somewhere like that. The Dead Horse or something, I think it's called, something like that. But it was so cold that they had to build a fire underneath their truck to heat the diesel to get the truck to start. You know, they actually had a physical fire under their diesel engine, your diesel fuel tank, in order to try and heat it up in order to get it to crank over. When you're in those kind of temperatures, then you know you're in a serious place. But you have infrastructure for it. You're used to it. You become acclimatized to being able to do that. Not physically, but you with the gear that you've got and the stuff that you've got. That's another little survival myth there, by the way, as well, that people who come from extremely cold countries, people always think about like Eskimos or whatever, they don't not feel the cold any less than anybody else. Human beings feel the cold exactly the same way across the world, no matter where they're from, but they're acclimatized to it. That's the difference. They become, over a period of time, it's not a shock to them. They become used to it. It's kind of like taking cold showers for a long time. You just kind of get used to the feeling, and you know what it's like, and you know what to expect. But they still feel the cold just the same as somebody who came from a tropical country. There's nothing physiologically different about them.
Alan Silvestris Grunt says, "World survivalist, I don't think we should assume our grandparents' temperatures are the most extreme possible. I say prepare for historic extremes. Our ancestors managed without modern tech." Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it's true. But they managed to. I mean, people were living in my part of the world during the Ice Age. So a full-on proper Ice Age, and people with basically no modern technology of any description were living perfectly comfortably. But what they had was a very different environment, a very different set of skills, and very different expectations. So they were able to function more easily because they were more adapted to the environment. It's people fall into a problem when adaptability is too slow. You know, they go from one environment to another and an extreme,
loud and clear
time period.
Oh,
Hey,
sorry
CR.
to interrupt. Hey, Alan.
How's it going, man? We were just saying this. You're like the most qualified person here. When we're
No,
talking
I
about
wouldn't say more
extreme
qualified,
cold.
but I'm going for it right now, right? I'm going for it right now, kind of deal, right?
What's
So,
the temperature there
experience,
now?
It's only minus 22.
Oh, only
It
minus.
feels like minus 32 Celsius. So that's about minus 5 Fahrenheit, minus 24 Fahrenheit in the wind.
Wow, it's 6 degrees Celsius here just now, where I am at, and it's going to be.
I'm jealous.
2 degrees at night.
I'm jealous.
But you see,
2 degrees. Oh my god,
Two-
I take that any day right now.
I would rather be in a place where it was minus 20 than 6 degrees, because 6 degrees is just chilly and annoying. You know, you can't do much in it because it's just annoying.
Oh yeah, if
Whereas
it's raining,
minus 20 at least is, you know, this is what it is, and you know you can adapt to it, you know, and to me that's more stable, you know.
Well, can I add in something, since that reminds me? Actually, when the temperature's hovering around the freezing point, like around 32 Fahrenheit, around zero, right? You got to plan for the unexpected, because the way that things go, at least here, what I've seen at times, like the rain can change into snow, it can change out to something worse. For example, freezing rain, sleet, and stuff like that.
How much freezing rain do you experience there? Because that's actually something. You know, I've only experienced freezing
Well,
rain
Sleet is
properly
around
twice.
the same kind of level of freezing rain in terms of like slickness, right? And it is possible to get freezing rain below when the temperature is actually below freezing. Like
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
actually seen that, right? It is so possible. But around the freezing mark, right, kind of anticipate that, hey, the rain might change into snow or it may change out to something else, for example, right?
We get that around here.
It's hard to
ground
forecast that.
temperature is like 30 or below freezing, but it's raining. So when the rain hits the surface, it just turns to ice instantly. That's freezing rain, and I mean it'll happen on average at least once a season here. And you go outside. I mean, you got 2 inches of ice on the trees, and you just watch trees fall over. I mean, they just can't handle the weight. Limbs snap once one snaps, and then power lines go down, and that can go ugly road really quick. And then it snows on top of that. Now you can't see the ice, and it's a skating rink. And the snow just lubricates it even worse. People still try to drive in it because they're dumb. I just stay home.
Like I said, like
you see power lines and stuff collapsing because the ice, the freezing rain has landed on them and froze.
Back in what's it called? I think it was '89 in Quebec. There was this big ice storm. Because usually freezing rain's measured in like millimeters, not like inches. So if you're getting inches of freezing rain, that's really extremely serious.
Yeah, that's what we get.
Yeah, like Mark said, right? It weighs down everything, right? Branches break, whatever, power lines, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Makes everything slick, right? Any surface out there.
Yeah, freezing rain. We get those here as well, and those are horrible. Especially, we have at some parts of in my city, we have cobblestones, and when that freezing rain gets on those, oh man, that is really slippery.
Yeah, I don't know if
that's horrible.
Yeah, something like ice cleats, traction aids, and all that stuff. Yeah. Like, I know you're talking about more the extreme winter side, maybe the cold, but sometimes being able to walk outside is just you're out, you just got to warm up your vehicle or whatever. Be nice not to slip.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well. In countries like Canada, where it's a seasonal thing, people take more preparations around things like they have snow tires or they have chains and they have cleats for their shoes and all this kind of stuff. In the UK, we don't have any of that stuff. So if we get a hard frost here out of nowhere, the tires on people's cars are the same tires they have all year round, and they wonder why they can't keep traction.
Well, I mean, the Texas freeze of 2021 is probably an example of that. Right? I mean, like people weren't used to that, let alone seen it with their own eyes, experienced it, right? Because that's the thing about like winter, right? Like, it looks nice, it's snowy. Well, until you start driving, walking, and traveling through it, then it's different. Until you gotta go shovel it, it's different, right? It's a nice snowman, it's a nice snowy day, but I mean, until you gotta go through it, right? Go through the cold, experience the windshield.
Yeah, during the big freeze in the UK, which happened in 1962, it was actually 15 degrees Celsius the week before, and then suddenly it plummeted to minus 15, and then minus 27, I think, in some or minus 22, which was the coldest England had ever been. And because it took people by such shock, there was thousands of cars stranded on the road where people just suddenly lost traction and they just had to get out their car and walk, and all sorts of chaos happened.
And by the way, everyone, 16 Celsius is 60 Fahrenheit and minus 17 Celsius is 0 Fahrenheit. So there for you US folks.
Another way of measuring it is it's the equivalent of 3 donkeys on their hind legs or something,
Well, at least he's not going on the Kelvin scale.
How cold is it? It's 3 centimeters of boogers hanging off my nose. That's how cold it is, and I don't have a mustache.
But the other problem with if you have an extreme winter condition, is when you're wearing glasses. Most of the glasses has a metal frame, so that you can feel how your glasses sticks to your nose, and that's not fun.
Well, it's not just that. Like Shadow's well aware of from wearing glasses, right? Your glasses fog up. People that don't wear glasses, you guys don't know how it is at times, right? Because everyone's breathing through a mask, covering their nose or whatever, right? Well, you know what happens when you breathe out in one of those with glasses. Your glasses will fog up. So I know sometimes for me, like in extreme cold, like if anyone wears glasses out there, you'll understand. But some people take off their glasses. I can't do that because I can't see what I'm doing. So like sometimes I'll actually wear goggles on top because it's easier to wipe the goggles than my glasses.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, right? I usually
somebody should invent heated glasses. You know,
yeah,
like a current that goes through the you know, the frames to heat it up like they do on car. That's patented, by the way. Nobody steal that on the internet. That's my idea. You know, I've just patented it right there.
Trademark 2025 December 27th.
Say that here first.
2 p.m. Pacific. No.
Wait. What did you just invent? Like heated glasses?
Heated glasses. The frame is heated.
Well, I mean, they got heated seats, and all this stuff, right?
Yeah,
heated vest. I mean, like,
they probably.
But can you actually get it so it doesn't fog up the lens part? Right? That's the whole part. Yeah, well, you want to be able to see.
Modern cars have got a very thin wire that runs through the glass, which actually heats the glass. You know,
maybe heated windshields. You can't even see it. It's more of a metallic spray they use that you can see through. And that's your heated windshield. The heated back glasses always have those lines in it. Those are your defroster grid lines where, you know, one of the kids goes back there, you put something sharp back there and it breaks one of those grid lines. Now you have a wide swath of frost on the outside of your car because it just doesn't heat there anymore because you broke the grid.
Well, you know, just to add in, sometimes, like, obviously you usually notice this more with people that are skiing, right? Because obviously going downhill really fast, 60K, right? You get windshield in your eyes, right? So some of those snow goggles, ski goggles can help too, especially in extreme cold. Not only in extreme cold, but extreme wind. Because there's a certain period of time where it's like that cold, that windy, that you want to really cover up all the skin, right? Any exposed skin, you'll feel that. That's all you feel is like, oh, there's this cold spot right here. So, I don't know how much you guys have dived into because I missed the last half an hour ish.
So actually, we were talking about winter masks and stuff earlier. I just remembered I've actually got one that kind of looks a little bit like, don't worry, it's not from the Ku Klux Klan or something, you know, but it's this is actually an Arctic military mask, which has like a vent thing for your mouth. You know, you can either cover it up or not cover it up, and this prevents wind chill on your face. And I've got these like heavy, this doubles up as a neck scarf but also camouflage, but this is actually got quite a high wool content. I think it's about 80% wool content and the rest is made up of materials to make it more durable, but that provides a sort of really excellent way of warming up your neck in places where there's a lot of blood flow and things like that. And the mask actually came with it. I've never put this mask on, so I don't even.
Well, Alan, if it ever gets quote unquote Canadian cold there, well, at least you got that.
Let's try it for the first time ever. Hopefully, I don't look like something from the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, that's gotta be fun.
Yeah. Disclaimer, everyone. There's no. It's strictly coincidental.
What's with the goofy big nose?
It's
not a nose.
Yeah, it's like a mouth thing. It looks more like a GIMP mask than an extreme cold type thing. But
yeah,
this is like something out of a sci-fi movie. Just crawled out of the swamp.
Yeah, it's got a pointy nose so that it's not pressed completely up against your mouth. There's a little bit of a gap there for the moisture, I'm assuming, to sort of help so it doesn't just instantly freeze up.
Oh yeah, because you're not directly touching it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, it's not directly touching. But
Yeah, because or else you would lose the heat that you're generating through conduction because you're directly touching the mask and the wet part. Because every time you breathe out, you're introducing moisture into it. It's just like what I said earlier, Mark. Remember about not blowing into your hands, mitts, or gloves.
Yeah.
Or at least avoiding it. All right. I mean, it's one thing if you're just outside a warm place, just outside your vehicle, but if you're walking and you don't have any way to warm them back up or dry them,
Alan is now the world survivalist ghost of Christmas past.
Yeah, I look like a sort of weird. I look like a weird crow, a white crow. Or something.
Albino. Well, Alan looks like he's ready for winter. No.
But yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I've actually got this stuff is because I do some hunting in the Highlands in Scotland in the wintertime, and it does get cold there. Obviously not
like
Canadian cold.
Like how cold? Just for a reference.
Sort of -10, -12.
That's about 14 Fahrenheit for you guys. So
yeah.
I mean, it's still below freezing, right? Like, so if you're wet, it's windy, it can feel cold even for me, right? I mean, like I've said to everyone, we all have our tolerances to heat and cold. We all have our upper limits, but you know, if I'm dressing a little bit less, or if I'm wet, or you know, it's extremely windy, those conditions can, you know, greatly increase the heat loss. Then you're like, you know, it don't matter where it is, it's still cold, right? Relatively speaking, right?
Yeah. I was actually thinking, I don't know where my other extreme cold mask is. I've got one with the mouth vent that I was talking about earlier, which actually regulates the cold air so that you're not breathing cold air into your lungs, which can also cause if you've ever traveled in extremely cold weather, you get a really sore throat and you've broken lips and you know, a chesty sort of feeling. That's because you're breathing in extremely cold air. So you need something.
And it's not good for your lungs either.
Not good for you at all, no. And you can get special masks for that. I've got one somewhere. Yeah. I'll quickly go to the toilet, grab a beer, and see if I can find the mask to show you guys. But you know.
That also reminds me of something while I was doing that too. If you actually need to go to that route where you need more than a watch cap, a beanie, a toque, whatever they call that, right? That you need more of a face covering on it. Sometimes if you need that, having like, you know what they say about like with boots, right? Get a half a size or a size bigger, right? So something like that may be useful to get something that's not too tight to your face. You want some air. If it's more loose, it also means that you can add in more if necessary, another layer in. Because sometimes even with like, let's say, quote unquote, a beanie or a ski mask, it might not even cut it, especially if it's really windy, really cold. Like where it's only a single layer, right? Where you might not actually have to add in a buff in there. Put a toque underneath said beanie just because, you know, it's that cold. If it's that cold, right? Because you don't want it so tight.
When it gets cold out, it's hard to breathe.
Yeah.
And it happens here every now and then. You know, it gets way down there, and I go outside. I'm like, oh, this is going to be terrible. So I immediately pull my jacket up over my mouth and nose just so I can breathe warm air, or not frozen air, which hurts. It makes it hard to breathe.
Like sometimes, like I said, I'll actually wear, like, let's say a ski mask or whatever you want to call it, toque or whatever. I'll be wearing an additional layer underneath that just because, like, a single layer doesn't cut it. It's just like with pants, for example, right? There's a tolerance that people have for it, right? But eventually you'll have to wear a second pair, something underneath, long johns or something like that, because a single layer doesn't cut it. Because the wind's going right through you, or it's that cold. Whatever, you know, cold is for you guys out there. All relative. Right? 0 can be cold, 32 can be cold for some people, right?
Yeah.
Depending on the year, right? I mean, people that aren't used to it, right? I mean, like 40 Fahrenheit, 5 Celsius can be cold. I mean, because you're used to like 120, 40 Celsius, right? You know,
Yeah.
5 Celsius can feel cold because, relatively speaking, right? So,
I prefer the cold over the heat because, like everybody says, you know, it's like, oh, you can put another layer on. I mean, I'm not talking brutal cold, but yeah, I can always add another layer. In the summertime,
Yeah.
you can't peel your skin off.
yeah, you can't go down that much.
I
man.
agree
Well,
with you about that, Mark. I
Yeah.
prefer the cold. I have very difficult when it comes to summertime and the heat comes. It's terrible. I like the cold better.
Yeah, I mean, knowing us, we'll probably dive into that in June or something, or in July. Yeah, let's all remember that when it's bitterly hot out. Let's remember this how cool this stream was.
That's why the temperature in my house generally in the summertime, even in the wintertime, in Fahrenheit is like 67 degrees. I mean, fortunately, my wife and I both
That's about
can't
17
stand the heat.
Celsius.
Yeah, we like it cool. We don't
Yeah.
do well in heat.
Yeah.
And wintertime, oh yeah, I got a fan that goes. It's actually a window air conditioner unit, even though I have central air. I have a window air conditioner unit that just runs the fan all year long. And in the summertime, we turn it on because we like cold air blowing across us when we sleep.
Yeah, I mean, so like, I was gonna say, like, if you're that's so hence you prepare more for certain things because it's like your body does better with it, relatively speaking. All right, with the cold compared to that higher heat, right? That's what you're kind of saying, right, Mark?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because you want to plan for that. All right. I mean, whatever the temperature, the lowest or kind of average winter temperature conditions are, whatever, you know, that's all relative, right? I know Kaylin was here. I know Mark, obviously, you know, Kaylin was over in Iowa, right? And I know it's still there, right? Might not be as cold as here at certain times, but she can see relatively the same conditions, right? So,
Yeah.
like, if I ever went there, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's not gonna get that cold in the winter, or it could get that cold, right? You know, because some years it's a little bit more mild, less snow, right? But then it averages back out because, you know, these little streaks of like extreme cold or snow or whatever, right? So for every nice day, there's always a not so nice day. So
Yeah. And today we have +1 degree Celsius, and it feels like -6. So,
dang.
yeah, and we have a fresh breeze, 10 meter per second. So,
Yeah. Usually wind chill's calculated when it's below freezing, but when even if it's like they said earlier about hyperthermia, if you're wet and it's windy, you could still get cold. But yeah,
we normally, it's very mild here now for some reason. I don't know why. Normally we are at -15 to -27 degrees. It's very mild winter for the year, for this time of the year. So, which is really weird in my opinion.
Well, I know when I look at, let's say, at the weather forecaster, at least for Environment Canada here, well, for your app, I don't know necessarily if your app would say it, but there's usually like an average or typical daytime high and daytime low, for example. Like for me right now, like it's between -6 and -15 Celsius, so that's about 20 to +2 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US, right? So like, you know, if it's below the average or typical day overnight low, then I know, maybe I should take more precautions, right? Because this is on the more, it's colder than usual side, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even when it's warmer, right? The thing is, you gotta remember, for every time it goes above freezing, while if there's snow on the ground, it melts and you get that freeze and thaw cycle, right? Of things that go along. Like I know you're talking about extreme winter, but you got to remember that freeze and thaw cycle. You know, people are putting down salt, doing all this stuff, extra stuff. Ice forms all the time because it's melting, refreezing at night, all this stuff, right? Ice cleats, traction aids help too, right? Because the thing is, you don't, especially if it was a very like serious situation, right? Like let's say SHDF, whatever, right? I mean, like the last thing you want to do is like fall in, spraying yourself or break a bone, right? In the winter, you know.
Yeah.
Right. You know,
And
if
the
breaks
problem
down or
is
whatever.
cars in extreme winter conditions, they will not. You cannot start that car
Yeah.
because
Give me
you
one second.
need
I'll
to
be right back.
maintain the charge on the battery for your car to make it start. Otherwise, you will have serious problems. So a good battery is necessary. Supposed to get cold tomorrow into next week, plus high wind.
Crap, my parents went on they went on vacation up in Maine in February, back in like the early '80s, and they had a little Chevy Vega, you know, a little 4-cylinder or whatever. And my dad literally was getting up every 45 minutes to go start the car and let it warm up. And then he fell asleep and missed it by like an hour. Stone dead. They had to tow it to a shop and leave it inside with heaters going for like 3-4 hours just to get it warm enough so it'll start. And then they said, that's it. He just never shut it off. He just let it run the whole time. And they were up there for a week. And it was brutal because it was like Fahrenheit temperature up at Moosehead at the time, I think was like 30 below zero, which whatever that is in Celsius, I don't know. It's stupid cold. I mean, it's 50 degrees less than below freezing temperature. So, but yeah, you don't have a good battery in your car and you shut it down and it gets warm or gets cold and it freezes, you're done.
Yeah. You're really done. I agree with you about that one. Car batteries are really sensitive, or batteries in general are really sensitive for when it gets cold.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They have an optimal working temperature. So if you're above or below it, well, I mean, it's like overheating your phone or your phone battery is dying so fast because it's in the cold.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the result's still the same. You can't use your phone and it can be extremely fast, especially in the cold.
Yeah, I know. When I bring my iPad out to the cabin and it's like, 40 degrees.
You better
outside,
charge it all the way up.
I'm by the fire, but I'm watching the battery just deplete from 100% in my big iPad to like 2, and I can hook up a charger to it, but it won't charge because it's too cold out.
You know what? Hey, Shadow, remember this other time? I think it was last year where I actually tried to like kind of do this outside in the temperature, even while it's charging. I dimmed down the screen. My battery was still dropping. It's charging. I dimmed down my screen because it's that cold, and I'm like, yep, I cannot actually join the panel outdoor temperatures when it's minus 30 because unless I got a heat pack or a way to keep the phone warm, just maintaining a charge.
The phones now, like with my iPad, if it gets too hot, you get the red thermometer temperature, and if it gets too cold, you get the same thing.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, charging will resume when temperatures reach normal, whatever normal is. But
yeah, and it's a lot worse the colder it gets. It's a lot faster. Like some of these places that get colder than what I even get here, right? I mean, those people, like, they tell you that, like, if you don't put your phone back in, like, you don't even do anything outside with your phone, right? It's so cold that, like, you bring it out for like 10 seconds, it's just like, bloop, where'd my battery go? Right? It literally can drop so fast. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen it. I mean, like,
John Charles says a car battery has 40 starts, give or take. It takes 40 minutes of highway motorway driving for a full charge.
mm-hmm. And speak of
Okay.
yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Well, you can finish what you were done say.
Yeah. The electric buses we had for a few years were not used during winter.
Well,
I understand that.
because the electricity runs the heater too,
Yeah.
right? So, like, yeah, you don't get the mileage or the range, amongst some other things.
I remember being in northern Alberta, and my tire were almost flat from the cold. Kaylin says my phone has shut off in the cold, even above 60% battery. Yeah, I noticed almost the same thing with my phone a couple of years ago.
I was unable to find the mask I was looking for, unfortunately. I did find beer, however, though, so that's good. I think it's in the shed. I've got so much gear, and subarctic extreme winter gear is my least.
I see your
used
priorities,
stuff.
Alan.
I was looking around, and then I seen a beer, and I thought, what was I doing again? And here I am.
Well,
Yeah.
at least you didn't come back empty-handed.
You said you were going for a beer, and while you're getting a beer, you'll look for something. So you found the beer.
I found the beer.
You found the beer, but not the mask.
Not
Not
the
the
gear.
mask. I found a
'cause
couple of other winter items which we may or may not talk about later on. One of them is a mask. It's just a black. It's a.
I'm just
black
kind of interested
version.
what you guys got over there. What
Well-
you would consider winter gear. I mean,
Well,
like,
the gear that I've showed so far isn't really what I would say normal people should prep in the UK, because our winters are not that bad. The white gear that I showed earlier, I've got that because I'm also a hunter, so it falls into that category. But you're not going to see anybody in the high street wearing that kind of stuff. But you might see them. Wool is in this part of the world anyway. Heavy cleat wool and things like that are is quite popular, kind of like Shadow's pajamas that he's got on. But the more wool version.
I got the Scottish style version.
So traditionally that's quite a thick wool garment, and you do occasionally still see some older folk wearing a type of woolen cape or cloak that kind of drapes
winter
around
cloaks.
them. Yeah,
I mean, medieval
not quite a
people used to
poncho.
do-
It's not a poncho. It's more like a draped cape than a poncho, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. It's meant really to like block the wind or shed that snow off, so it doesn't come directly in contact with the insulation or something underneath.
Hey, Emily, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Hi, Emily.
The thing is, I mean, when it comes to extreme cold weather clothing, I'm not sure what kind of topic you guys were up to there while I was away, but just talking about the clothing, the old stuff, the wools and things like that, they're still great, but they're very heavy. And we were talking about layering earlier on, where you have multiple layers of usually synthetic clothing, but venting is a key way of regulating body heat now, and you can get certain
That's important.
modern pieces of garment and clothing which utilizes space in a different way. It literally has like material inside the material that allows a greater space. So I've actually got some of it to give.
okay.
So
It's right next to the beer.
Mark's got
found
it.
that anyway. I'm not sure actually if you'll be able to see it that well in here, but I'll show you this. See if I can put this light on and
Can you
get a bit
make
brighter.
a big screen? It'll help.
Yeah, I can. No
So-
problem.
You see, this is just, it looks very much just like a normal sort of black jacket. It's got a kind of stretchy fabric and things like that. And it has
Mhm.
these strategically placed mesh panels. I don't know how well that'll come through in the light, but that's actually like a stretchy mesh that permeates an inner part of this jacket. If you take a look at the
I think
inside,
CR just fell in the snow.
if you take a look at the inside of this jacket, in certain places, it's got these specially
Paddings.
constructed paddings, but they're made of a material that's kind of like, it's kind of weirdly springy on the inside, and it's freeze proof, so this won't become hard or brittle or anything like that. What it does is it provides an air gap in strategic parts of your body. So you've got it here on your shoulders. There's a bit up here near the back of your neck, around your
Loftiness,
back
right?
area. It causes a type of
Loftiness.
artificial loft, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
built
that's
in
good,
such a
that's good.
way. It's built in such a way that if you need to, you can wrap yourself up in a jacket like this, and it's very lightweight, very comfortable and stretchy because they make these for the special forces. But it has these large zips all the way around the body and on the inside where you can vent the clothing very easily. So by
Oh,
opening up these mesh panels, what you're doing is you're allowing huge amounts of air to circulate in between the inner parts of these fabrics, and that allows the hot air that you've built up in the material to vent and escape. So you're venting the clothing to prevent yourself
good.
from overheating, and that means you don't have to take all your stuff off because
and you
you've
don't
got,
sweat.
It
you
probably
don't
lets
sweat.
out the humidity too from your
Yeah,
moisture.
yeah, because you're opening it completely. It's not just a breathable material. You're quite literally opening the vents. And you would have like a base layer, a wool base layer, which some are actually made of like a type of net. And then you would have a very small secondary base layer over the top of that, preferably one with armpit zips and zips down the middle. And then you would have a jacket like this on. And what you can do is you can unzip these vents, unzip the ones in your clothing, and then it just vents all that hot air out. And then once you get to a comfortable temperature where you're not sweating, you can slowly put the zips back up, warm yourself, close yourself up as much as you need to. And then when you do a bit more activity, vent yourself again. Or if you're stationary, you zip everything back up. And
it's like mechanical thermostats everywhere. You just have to know what your temperature is.
yeah, you just have to sort of get used to doing it because the military in the old day, or well, even still nowadays, they still employ no, you have lots of layers on. Like in the American military, 7 layers. Take a layer off, take another layer off. You feel a bit chilly, put a layer back on, take a layer off, and you're there all day putting layers back on and off and that kind of stuff. By venting it, this allows you to wear less material, so you carry less clothing, so you're lighter weight. Which is why this kind of equipment is made for mountain special forces type guys. It's made by a company called UF Pro, if anybody's interested. I've got the trouser version of it as well, which is like an over trouser, but it has full length zips. So you would have your base layer trousers on, your underwear, but you can zip these legs entirely up if you need to, and vent your legs entirely out. And then when you feel the cold, you just zip them back down. And it's very easy, and you can wear waterproof shell over the top of this, no problem. And if that also has a zip, like all the ones I do, you can vent everything, so you're not having to take your stuff on and off all the time. It's just a practical thing to do. I use it for extended periods in the outdoors or hunting trips and things like that. But like I say, originally it was designed for special forces guys.
Oh, it's so cool.
How much did you pay for that jacket and trousers?
That's the company I got it from. No affiliation to me, by the way. They don't have a clue who I am, but they're very good. They're called UF Pro. I think that jacket, I believe I paid about, I'm going to say maybe £350. It's expensive stuff.
Yeah, that's expensive, but it's good quality.
It's very good quality. It'll last a very long time, and it serves a very good practical purpose. You could that's what they call their mid-layer jacket. So they actually have a jacket above that level, which you can put over the top of that again, like a big mothership jacket.
Yeah.
And if you're in very, very, -40 type temperatures, that's what you would do. But if you were in the mountains and it was sort of -10, -20, you would wear that kind of equipment, and then you would vent yourself. And then by putting something like a waterproof layer over the top of that, like a Gore-Tex jacket and a Gore-Tex trouser, that will remove all of the wind chill also. Plus, if you end up in an area where suddenly you're not facing snow, but you're facing rain, which is far more dangerous than snow, that's a means of protecting yourself from that.
Or wet snow.
Yeah, you can get wet snow. There are different types of snow. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah,
So
wet snow, you got to be careful too.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's why skiing in this country isn't as popular. One, because
Whoa,
of
whoa,
the
whoa,
snow.
whoa. There's
because
skiing there?
snow is often. Oh yeah, we've got ski
Oh,
slopes.
Okay.
Um,
I just
yeah,
wanted to, I just
we
wanted
have-
to ask you.
we
There's
we
skiing
have
there?
seasonal ski slopes here, but it's a different
Oh.
kind of snow from say the Alps because it's wet snow. Whereas if you go to somewhere the Alps where they have low humidity, the snow is powdery and drier and better to ski on. So that's a more favourable place to go skiing than here, for example, where the snow tends to be wetter and slushier and more water than air.
Yeah, like I was saying about the wet snow, you're like even no understanding is it coming down as wet snow, right? Because if your shell can't repel that water, let's just say you're wearing something else, for example, right, for dry conditions, right, where it can soak in, there's a difference. There's a difference, right? Because it pretty much starts to act like water on you. It starts to pull the heat, right? All that stuff. Once the water pulls the heat away from you, then you do get colder, or you feel colder.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I mean, if you're wearing damp clothes, apart from the thermal aspect of that drawing more heat away from your body's also trying to dry those clothes as well. So, I mean, you're giving yourself other problems by doing that. You become a little bit of the steam and all that kind of stuff is causing more thermal pockets, and you're using a lot of energy trying to get rid of all that moisture, etc. And you really don't want to be
not
in a
only that,
situation
if
where you're
those
wearing
air
damp
pockets
clothes.
if your air pockets you're using to trap the heat, right, the trapped airspace, if they get wet, it loses the insulative properties now, all right? Because the air's not there; it's water.
I mean, one benefit of wool, again, and there's many benefits of wool. There are some disadvantages which we've covered about the weight, etc. But wool actually tends to keep you kind of warm when it's damp or even wet, much better than say some sort of synthetic material. So a wet wool blanket will actually keep you warmer than a wet cotton blanket. Cotton will draw the heat away from your body if it's damp, whereas wool will do the opposite, actually, to an extent.
But it takes longer to dry wool.
Yeah.
It's like that 80% that you hear, right? Well, you're still losing 20% heat. So, like, the ideal way is keep it dry, even if it's wool, right? You try to keep it dry. Dry holds heat better than wet clothing.
Yeah.
So, like, don't think just because you're wearing wool, oh yeah, I can get soaking wet, I'll be fine. No, don't think like that. Don't think like that. Just keep it dry, right? Don't assume just because you got wool that you're, bulletproof, as they say, right? Or whatever, right? No. Because I've actually wore wool before. Yeah, it kept me warmer, but compared to if I was wearing something else. But it's not like I was that much warmer, right? Warmer, but not that much warmer.
Yeah.
It did help, but you got to remember it's not, dry. It's more right. You can always dry out your clothing and all that stuff. Because it's very important, especially from the sweat, right? I know some people can sweat a little bit more, right? I sweat less than other people, but I also know if you're shoveling snow, you're actively doing something, right? Like people that do
Prince Andrew can't sweat. That's a fact.
Yeah, people that go cross country skiing or something like that, for example, right? They get to thermoregulate their body all the time, right? Because they're actively moving. Like if you're going, walking or whatever, shoveling snow, walking in snow, right, and stuff like that, you're gonna be work hard fast enough, right? But don't do it so far that you start breaking the sweat out. You know.
Damn, I see a
Taking that-
picture of the sun. I see a picture of the sun and I start sweating. I don't need to be in the heat to sweat. I just think about something and it just pours out of me.
The opposite of Prince Andrew, then.
Okay.
All right.
He famously,
Okay.
famously couldn't sweat, so he says.
Oh, okay. Like I know, I have no
Look it
idea
up.
what he's talking about.
Really? Look it up. But the interesting thing about moisture and stuff as well, we're talking about getting your clothes dry if you get wet, right?
Mhm.
If you're in a very, very, very cold place, you know, it would have to be sort of probably past minus 30 Celsius and beyond.
That's
It's very
22 Fahrenheit.
it's very difficult to dry clothing that way. In fact, without something like a wood burning stove or a warm room or something like that, you just can't. You can't dry your clothes at that temperature. Your body heat doesn't really put out enough heat, really, to be able to fully dry that kind of clothing. So
Especially if it's like saturated too, right? I mean, it's one thing, a little bit of snow, a little dampness, but I mean, if it's soaked, I mean, you're not having a really hard time.
Well, there's two things. I mean, here's the two interesting things. Let's say you're in the Arctic and you fall through the ice into the ocean, into a lake, and you get out. One of the first things you should actually do is roll around in the snow a little bit, so to get the snow all over it, to absorb some of that water, and then get those clothes off as quickly as possible and get into your dry clothes that hopefully you've had the initiative to prepare and have.
That makes
ready.
sense. That makes sense.
Right?
About the snow.
Yeah, because
You wouldn't
eventually
think about it, but
Yeah, that's
does
you
make
want
sense.
you want to try and do that as much as possible because you can break off the frozen ice afterwards, and that'll remove some of the.
Oh
some of the
yeah,
water.
because
sort
you're
of rinse it out.
removing it. You don't even
Yeah.
have to melt it or kind of
Exactly.
steam it out.
So
You're
you've
removing
got a
ice instead.
You've got a short period of time to do this, but that's a good way of doing it. Also, see when you take your clothes off, you roll around in the snow, you take your clothes off, you quickly rinse them out. You get see when you're standing there naked, roll in the snow, because that will also take the wet moisture off of your body, and then you'll be able to sort of quickly brush off the frozen snow. Then you get your dry clothes on, and then you can try and sort out the remainder of your damp clothes that way. But you still have to take those clothes and put them in a place in an environment where they can dry off. But those clothes will never dry. You will never get those clothes dry again in those kind of
They'll
temperatures. Yeah, they'll
Oh,
freeze. They'll literally go rock hard.
They'll freeze dry. My mom, I mean, people have hung their laundry out to dry and it freezes. Just leave it out there for a couple days in the cold. The moisture, the frozen ice will still evaporate out of the linens in that. It just takes a long time. So, but then you got cold clothing. So there is that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing as well, that's one kind of way of getting your clothing wet in extreme weather. Now, the more common way, if you're in an environment for a very long period of time, I'm talking months at a time, where you're in cold weather like that, moisture from your body, you actually a lot of moisture comes out of your body every single day, and that's going into your clothing, and you're also oils from your skin are going into your clothing as well, and other things. And so what's happening slowly but surely, all of this moisture content is building up in the clothing, and it's losing its firmability because you're introducing moisture in there. You have to remove that moisture again. So again, you need a fire or a wood burning stove or something to dry those clothes out. Now, some people think, but what about those guys that like go on Arctic expeditions and they're pulling a sled and they get in a tent and they've got like big padded jackets on? They don't have like a wood burning stove. How are they getting around that problem? The two ways they're getting around that problem is, one, they're doing some very clever things with vapor barriers, which I can talk about a little bit as well, but they're also not there long enough to run into that problem. They deliberately time their expeditions in such a way that they know the firmability of the clothing that they're wearing is diminishing every single day that they're there, because they're introducing moisture to their clothing, and they can sustain that for several weeks at a time. But eventually they'll get to a point where their clothing is damn near useless because it's just full of their own bodily moisture. And I'm not just talking about sweat, I'm just literally talking about your actual normal evaporation from your human body, because it's got nowhere else to go. And that's a thing about extreme cold that people don't really understand or appreciate unless they come from a country where they are exposed to those kind of climates, but they're also not able to come into like a nice warm house or stand by a fireplace and dry off, because then that solves the problem immediately. But if you live in an igloo or something, or you're trying to in a survival situation, you can only do that for a few months without a fire, just based on warm clothing and keeping dry, until eventually that clothing becomes useless as well, which is why natural animal skins are actually better, because wearing animal skins...
like caribou, right?
Yeah.
No, is it caribou? Yeah.
Any kind of Arctic, I mean, things like reindeer have got hollow fiber hairs.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this. Right.
Yeah, so
that's why they're so warm.
That's why they've got a natural ability to keep you warm, but they also, it's very good at expelling moisture from the animal, and also it would expel the moisture from your body as well, which is why if you found yourself in like Siberia or the very high Arctic, and you had a choice between the very latest, best synthetic clothing made by, North Face or whoever, or some sort of traditional caribou jacket and trousers that looks ridiculous and is big and fluffy and weighs twice as much, take that. That's the better stuff. Nature knows best. And, you'll go much further for longer with that kind of clothing than you would with the synthetic stuff. The bivy bag thing, I've got an answer to that as well, but I realise I'm talking too much.
No.
Yeah, Sylvester says, I'm venturing into bivy bagging next year. How do I manage condensation? Yeah, that is a problem too.
It depends what kind of bivy bag you're doing and what kind of environment you're in, of course. So a bivy bag, for anybody who doesn't really know, is essentially a waterproof bag that tends to go over a sleeping bag. Yeah. And it can add, it adds 5 or 6 degrees Celsius to the overall temperature of your bag, and also protects your sleeping bag from moisture. And some of them, they can be rained on. I've got a Gore-Tex one, an army one behind me. I've got a Special Forces lighter version one somewhere as well. I've actually got an Arctic modified one here as well, which I'll maybe show you in a minute. And this gets around this moisture problem as well. They're very good for... I use a bivy bag almost all year round, because it's one, it adds extra degrees to my sleeping bag, but it's also weatherproof. So if I get a little bit of moisture dripping on me from, even if you're inside the tent, if you're inside a bivy bag and you get condensation on the inside of your tent and it drips down on you, it's not soaking your sleeping bag, which is the most critical thing. All it's doing is getting the bivy bag wet, which doesn't matter because that's waterproof. Usually they're made of Gore-Tex or something. You do also get bivy tents, which are basically a bivy bag that I've got a zip and sometimes a hooked bivy, which allows you to climb inside them, and then it takes the thing off your face and it kind of acts like a little miniature tent, etc. And the way of preventing condensation with that is most of them have got a net at the front that you can open up and vent, and then all of the condensation is mostly coming from your breath, so if you've got your head, your mouth exposed at least up where the net is, and you're expelling that moisture out into the air rather than into your bivy bag, that'll go a long way. Because it goes without saying as well, if you find yourself in a very cold place and you're in a sleeping bag, don't be tempted to put your head inside the sleeping bag, even though that feels warmer. Because what you're doing is you're blowing that moisture into your sleeping bag.
Just like the hand thing, right?
Just like the hand thing. But you're doing it on a larger scale. You're doing it throughout your whole sleeping bag. And every minute that you do that, you're lowering the thermal properties of the sleeping bag by doing that. So you have to breathe out of the sleeping bag in order to do that. You can get extended large bivy bags, which have got full length zips on one side, and then you put the sleeping bag inside that, and then there's a layering system. And then what you do is you use something called a vapor barrier, which is a completely waterproof sealed material that you also climb into. So imagine a space blanket, basically, or an emergency bivy is sometimes what they get called, which is basically just a tiny little foil blanket, but it's sealed. So you go in it like a bag. And what you do is you have your base layers on, your warm wool base layers, but the thin ones. And then you put this space blanket bivy bag on, which is a vapor barrier. Moisture can't get out of it. So all that moisture and condensation is going to build up on the inside of that, which is a little bit clammy and uncomfortable, but all it's doing is getting your thinnest layer wet, not your sleeping bag. So that's how it protects you. And with that, you then go inside a sleeping bag, or you use a sleeping bag liner made of silk or something. But then you take that, you go inside your main sleeping bag, and your main sleeping bag is then completely protected from the moisture from your body. But to protect it from the moisture coming out from the outside due to condensation, what you need is a larger bivy bag, usually with a zip down one side, that you can open and close and vent and allow moisture out. A lot of places don't sell these. There are some places that sell them. And one of the best products I've ever used is made of Tyvex, which is a material that they use in construction of houses and things like that. But it makes a very good bivy bag.
Yeah, I've seen the videos about that kind of stuff. Anyway, it can be loud. It can be loud.
Shadow, did you notice that I already gave CR a strike too? Did you note that?
Yeah.
Hey, I
know
appreciate
that.
it, Bob. I feel warmer when you say that. I want to get a story. I want to get fired up.
There you go. You want to get? It's been a while since you've been.
I want to get
fired
fired because it'll be warm at least. Welcome
Oh,
back, Bob.
Just listen to Bob Fire CR warms the heart.
Mark.
So this bivy bag is called Go-To Systems. I don't even know if this company still exists, but this is essentially an Arctic bivy bag, which allows you to maintain moisture and regulate moisture properly while maintaining warmth. And it's basically this material here is kind of made of the same stuff. You can see it's got a little bit of a sort of foil inside, and it's quite a strong, waterproof yet semi-breathable material on the outside. But the thing about this kind of bivy bag is it's larger than most other bivy bags. It's square shaped. And this is the important thing, apart from the foil sort of thermal inner, it has a full size zip, full size, all the way down, all the way around. This allows you to be able to vent air and moisture periodically throughout the night if you feel yourself getting to a point. And it's quite a hard thing to do because you have to constantly maintain your temperature, your moisture level, and regulate yourself continuously. It's quite tiring. It's not like being in a climate where you can just walk around and it doesn't matter what you do, because if you get wet, you'll dry off. If you get cold, you'll warm yourself up a little bit. And the very extreme cold temperatures, it's a constant effort to regulate yourself if you're out in the sticks. And so you need this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
To help you with that kind of stuff. Of course, there's natural ways of getting around this as well, but I would say if you're interested in extreme cold bivy bags systems, this is a good one to look at. A foot vent, the zip actually goes all the way around, and it's zipped at both ends, so you can unzip the entire thing and it'd be a gigantic square, or you can just unzip the bottom and vent things out through the bottom, or you can unzip it. You could actually seal yourself inside it if you wanted to. I don't recommend doing that. Fantastic system. I was in Switzerland camping near the Matterhorn, the famous mountain. It was -22 there, and I used this system there. No tent or nothing, just under a tarp. I used this system right out on the open snow, right under the mountain, and it worked fantastic.
Oh.
How much did you pay for that one?
To be honest, I can't remember how much I paid for this. I've had it for years. But you can make these. You can make these. And there's probably other places that sell them. But I would say that something like this, I would expect to pay on the cheap end, £100. On the more expensive end, a couple of £100. But no more than that, really. The British Army military Gore-Tex type bivy bags, everybody's seen them, or the Dutch Army bivy bags are quite popular. They'll cost you between sort of, for a surplus one, about £40 or $40, and they tend to go up to about $100. Hooped bivvies, the cheaper ones, Dutch Army ones, they cost about £60. The ones that companies sell, you'll pay about £250.
Alan, that you remind me of something that's actually quite important. Well, usually, your what's it called? What you're
I remind you of someone.
No, what you lay on when you go camp. Let's say camping or anything like that, like your quote unquote sleeping pad, as they say, right? That's important too. not just
That's
your
more-
sleeping bag or system above.
Your sleeping pad is more important than your sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. You
Because
don't want to
conduction
lose
is
your heat
ongoing.
right into the dirt.
You can have
And
the
it's
world's
ongoing.
best. You can have the world's best sleeping bag, but if you haven't got a mat under you, it's useless.
Yeah, that you want that R value underneath you, yeah, because the conduction's ongoing all the time, no matter the wind or anything like that, and you can't stop it because the grounds don't pull heat for a very long time in the winter.
The R value of mats, unfortunately, is a bit. It's not very scientific. Generally, I would say for extreme cold, look for something in the 7 range with an R value of 7. The problem is nobody's actually regulating these things. So some people claim 7 and they're not.
Well, what I say about something like that is use the gear, try the gear, right? Know for yourself. Know the range of your gear, whatever it is for your winter cooling, right? Can it handle this temperature? Can it handle that? Like, this is why, like, especially this year, I've been going out in different conditions. And it's like, okay, so I get a sense of, okay, the range of clothing or shelter components I'm bringing or have on, right? That way, like they say, I can take a few layers off or vent out if I have to. But if I don't got the layers on me, I mean, like, I'm going to be cold.
The thing is, you can always you can fortify most of your kit when you're in the outdoors as well. So a good way of fortifying, like ground mats, for example, is make use of the stuff that you've got with you. So you've got your mat with you, but you also have like a jacket, and you've got your spare sort of hoodie, and so you've got some stuff that you've taken with you. Now you're not sleeping with that stuff, but what's the point of taking that stuff off and just putting it in a bag when you can make use of it? Put it underneath you. Put it underneath between your sleeping bag and your mat, and that also becomes another thermal layer between you and the ground. I mean, another thing you can do as well, you can get some very expensive mats from Thermarest, which cost 300 quid, 400 quid, and they claim to be sort of up above 7R in rating. But in reality, if you just get a cheap thermal close cell foam mat, like the foam ones that you get with the foil on one side made by Thermarest, they cost about 20 quid, right? You can get one of them and then put a cheap sort of inflatable mat on top of that, and the R value of those two mats combined probably far exceeds 7, and you've done it much cheaper. So you've spent about 20 quid or something on the close cell foam mat, and then you can buy a mat. I did a video on it, one that I'm using just now by a company called MTAC, not to be confused with Miltech, which are shite. MTAC, which is a Ukrainian military company, make a very good inflatable sleeping mat. And if you put that on top of that cheap close cell foam mat, it's a very good system, and that will work in almost all extreme cold weather conditions.
If you're really desperate, carry a couple big garbage bags with you and fill them up with whatever's in your environment, leaves, pine needles, make a big old flat. You just got to keep yourself off the ground. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, anything you can do to pack underneath you, even your backpack yourself, put your backpack underneath you. You only really need to insulate the top half of your body and then do the fetus position. Get your backpack, put that down on the ground, put a mat on top of it, put your jacket on top of that, then get in your sleeping bag, then go on top of that stuff. That's a lot of layers up off the ground. And you're not just wasting all that stuff by having it outside of your tent or whatever. It's amazing how many people freeze in tents and they've got all this warm gear in their bag at where their feet are. Like, no, use the stuff that you've got. It's there for a reason. You've just got it sitting doing nothing.
Yeah. I try to use what you did bring with you to help you keep warm, for example, whatever it is. Right? I've stuffed things into a jacket before, just because I had the extra layers. But I'm like, well, and I'm putting it here, I might as well, add my shelter, as they say, right?
Yeah, you can double some stuff up as well. See the close cell foam mats, the large ones. In the military, what a lot of military guys do to try and save weight, because they're all about saving weight, or what through hikers do, some of the hikers, they cut them in half, so they have a very short mat. The thinking behind that is you only really need to keep your extremities off the ground. Your upper body doesn't really matter if your legs kind of touch the ground a little bit, in their opinion. I don't think that's entirely true, but if you are of that mindset, what you can do is, rather than cut it in half, keep it whole, but fold it over. So then you've got a double layer. So it's even doubly insulated on that, and then sleep on that. That's far better, in my opinion.
That is a better option.
That's a much better option.
Yeah,
You have to also make sure
you don't
your
want to
mats
cut. You don't
don't
want to cut
split.
material if you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't want your. It's a good idea if you're using a bivy bag. It's a good idea to get used to putting your mat inside your bivy bag with your sleeping bag, because if you put it on the outside, which a lot of people do, in the night the mat will slide away from you, and you end up with cold spots. Anybody that's ever spent a long time outdoors, they know that feeling of waking up and the whole side of your body's freezing cold.
Why is my sleeping pad
Yeah.
over there?
Yeah, you wake up,
Yeah.
your arse feels like a block of ice because your mat has slipped out from you, and you're it's now just touching the ground. That's put it inside the bivy bag.
That could be a bad recipe. That could be a very bad recipe if that happens.
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
woke up many a time with.
I've woken up with
weird
with a cold back before. I mean, like,
yeah.
it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks.
Mhm.
It kind
Yep.
of sucks. You know?
Yeah, I've done that too out deer hunting, and you set up and you don't realize that you're on an incline, but you wake up in the middle of the night and your sleeping pad is up there and you're down here, Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah.
Christmas trash panda. I like it. I like it. I
You
like
just
it.
caught that?
I just like
Just now.
bacon guy.
Yeah.
Bacon guy.
Bacon guy.
I'm just gonna call him bacon from now.
Yeah,
Yes.
I sent Mark an email the other night. I said, "Yeah, your relatives were out in my backyard again last night."
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, turning on all my motion sensor lights, and Mark sent back a response. I promise it wasn't me.
No.
Hmm.
It was Christmas Eve. Trust me, I was not out in Washington State.
Hey Shadow, I was gonna ask you earlier. I don't know if you dived into the well, you're talking about extreme winter, right? Did you guys dive into the car aspects, vehicle aspects of it?
Not
Sort of,
that
but
much.
really.
Sort of, but not that much.
Well, the reason I'm bringing this up is because we're not always at home. Sometimes we're in vehicles, a bus, carpooling. You're driving. Well, you deliver stuff, right? So like in the winter time, you're still delivering in the vehicle, the people, right? And things can happen or whatever, right? And unfortunately, heaters may not always work fast or efficiently as we would like at times, right? So this is why I'm always a big proponent of having at least a blanket to start with.
Yeah.
Right. At least then
Uh-huh.
you can.
Mhm.
Well, because I've been in vehicles where the heater's a little bit sluggish, right? And it's just like, I just need someone just to cut the edge until the heater kicks in a little bit more. Or, for example, right?
Mhm.
And this could be used for a reason, the blanket, if absolutely necessary, right?
Yep.
Just
think
like,
It's important to have a winterized car kit, of some
Yeah.
description, some emergency supplies that you keep in a box or
Yep.
something,
Mhm.
that has those kind of items. I did a video about that months ago, actually. But it's UK based, so it's important to always stress that I don't live in a country where the cold is extreme. So
of course.
you
Yeah.
know, a lot of the people were saying to me, but you haven't got any snow chains on there. I was like, I don't need stuff like that. You know what I mean? I just don't. There might be one time in 10 years where that would be useful, but I'm not going to carry it around in my car for that one time.
Nah.
Now, if it happens twice, I don't know. Maybe he might change his mind. It's like, oh, that's one too many.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring him.
Well, they like to say the opposite is apparently happening with global warming or whatever. The winters are supposed to be getting warmer and wetter and milder. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what we're being told.
Right.
So that means a different level of winter preparation, which isn't related to extreme cold.
Yeah.
It's more
Well, it
related
just
to
means it's
flooding
more
and
wet.
things.
It can
Yeah.
still be cool, right?
Yeah.
So
Like
that's
somebody
the
said earlier, wet cold is is worse
That's a
than
bad
dry
recipe.
cold.
Wet,
Yeah.
cold, wind going over you.
Oh yeah.
I'll take dry cold over wet cold any day of the week.
Yes.
Oh, that's a fact. That is a fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Like places like around the Great Lakes that get a kind of more wet cold, Michigan, well, obviously here in Canada, it'd be Ontario and Quebec, but like
Uh-huh.
places around there or around lakes or whatever, like, it can actually feel colder because, well, there's moisture in there too. As little as it is. But yeah. No,
Yeah,
for me,
I've,
it's more of a dry cold here, but I mean, wet cold. Ooh.
There's somebody talking about clay cat litter as a traction aid. I've actually started carrying that as part of my kit. I've not tried it yet, but I'll find out this year if that actually works. Once upon a time, I used to carry a little bit of salt, but salt actually doesn't melt snow once temperatures get sort of below -10. It doesn't.
Does his
doesn't work
microphone
anymore.
just get messed up, or is it my computer?
Sounds the
Oh,
same.
my microphone.
Okay, it's my speaker. Let me reboot because my speaker just went.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back.
All right.
Kitty litter. I'll try that this year.
Yeah, try out something. I've got get home bags in all of our cars, ways to start a fire, different items in them. They're not a big bag, but it's enough to where if the wife's got to walk home from work, you know. And one thing I put in them is those little hand warmers.
Yeah.
Those things, yeah, those, yeah. There they are. There they are. Yeah, they're cheap as hell. Go buy them by bulk, man, and throw them in there. You can pop those things and put them in your jacket pocket and walk with your hands in there and keep your hands warm. Yeah.
We were
Or
saying
Or
earlier,
you're in your
they're
vehicle, right?
They're actually
Uh-huh.
good for keeping electronics warm as well. So if
Well,
you've
believe
got your mobile phone or batteries for a camera, if you keep them in a little bag and throw some of those hand warmers in there, that'll help prevent your batteries.
Oh, I
from
never
draining.
thought about that. Didn't know about that. That's
Yeah,
just
that's what I
learned
use them for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it might be one of those times where you're just trying to keep your phone warm because it's a lifeline,
Well,
not just because
for
you're
a-
recording, right?
see for something like a phone, because a phone can be a lifeline if you're in these kind of environments.
Oh,
I've
of course,
broke a couple of phones in the wild. So now what I use something like this. This is a hardened case, right? It's just it's completely waterproof, sealed case.
Yeah.
Little piece of fabric in there. I take my phone, put that in there, fold it over, take a hand warmer, crack one of them open, put that in there,
Smart.
seal the thing shut, put that inside my in my clothing in my bag, and I leave that overnight, and that prevents my phone from discharging rapidly because of the cold weather. Those things don't get hot enough to do any damage, so it's
Watch
perfectly
out.
safe to do that.
Well,
That
it's not only
raccoon's
that,
back. Watch
you're
out.
not burning something or using fuel, right? Like, let's say if you're in your vehicle or whatever, right? Or you're just trying to stay warm in a more enclosed environment, right? You know, some of those hand warmers are useful, right? Because they deliver you that radiant heat without necessary combustion, right? So you don't have to worry about CO and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Zippo do a very good fuel-based hand warmer.
But that burns though.
It burns though, yeah. So it's
You
consuming
gotta
oxygen.
you don't want to try not to use it in an enclosed environment, enclosed space, right?
Yeah. I tell you how
anything
much
that burns, you got to be careful with.
I tell you how much of a dumbass I am. See, years ago when I first got one of those Zippo hand warmers, and I thought, yeah, this is a really cool idea. I'll take this when I'm off on a hunt, and it was really, really cold. And stupidly, I thought I'll put the fuel in first, so when I get to the place, all I need to do is light it up. But of course, the fuel is always sort of coming out of it. You know, that's how they work. So you have to fuel them up, then light them, and then use them. You know, because it's evaporating all the time. Me, like a complete dumbass, just put
I'll
fuel.
be smart.
And then I got there and I'm trying to light them. Like, why is this not lighting? I was like, well, because it's completely open and you put the fuel in 10 hours ago.
You know, Alan, right now, so everyone's thinking the face palm emoji. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
exactly.
But be glad that you learned it when it was in a serious situation, an emergency or anything like that, right? I would hate to be like going through problems like that when it's really serious, right? Oof.
We always have to have these contingencies, though. Like I say, I mean, if you know you're going to be in a place, you're going for a hike, and you're in a place that's -30, but you're crossing frozen lakes and stuff, you have to assume that you're going to break through the ice and follow the water. Do
Yeah.
you have an emergency procedure in place to be able to get out of the water and get dry instantly?
Or
Instantly.
have a dry bag. You got a dry bag with dry clothes that, or that are vacuum sealed or whatever to guarantee that you will have dry clothes.
Yeah, and you have to be able to have a good drill in place to be able to do that. There's no point in falling through the ice, struggling to get out of the cold water because you don't know what you're doing. Finally, you drag yourself out of the water, and then you're scrambling
I
around
can't
with
say
your
I've done
backpack
that yet.
looking for clothes,
Wait.
I've done it. I fell in many a river in my day.
Okay.
Luckily, not never in a place with extremely cold temperatures.
No, I've never experienced that, but yeah. I don't know. Oof. That'd be tough.
You can see it if you go into YouTube and take a look at, like the Royal Marines doing their Arctic warfare training and stuff. You see them, they cut a hole in the ice and they, like with their skis, they'll sort of deliberately fall in the ice. And then they've got a procedure for getting themselves out of the ice. And then there's a procedure that they follow in order to get themselves into their dry clothes and out of that situation. And
Yeah,
they
like
drill it and they practice it,
Yeah, if I was doing practice that, I would need a safety net. Obviously, that's that's not something I'm just gonna do on my own randomly.
Yeah, I don't advise jumping
Don't
in a
do that
frozen lake.
randomly on your own, right? If you're gonna go try it, have a safety crew. You got to be right because it's not. Especially, I mean, I've never gone for that, right? I have no idea. I want to practice, get a sense of it, but I don't want to like really put myself in a serious situation, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe I'll try that when it's just below freezing, just around the freezing mark. Then I'll get used to it. Be like, see how cold that is. Even at 0 or 32, the water can be pretty cold. I can't imagine it being colder than that. Oh.
Don't worry, CR. If you're all alone and you want to do that for practice, you'll only do it once.
The thing is, I mean, falling into extremely cold water.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
You could get cold shock from falling into extremely cold water, or you can
you gasp. That gas.
You gasp. You gulp air in and you drown because you're the shock of the icy cold water. So that's something to be aware of as well.
Yeah.
That is a good question. Do Canadians actually get cold? Is that possible? Natural born antifreeze in their blood,
I swear I don't even know what to say about that. I don't know.
I don't know
what to say about it.
Just being a smart ass, that's all.
Yeah.
When I was in school a couple of years ago, I believe it was 95, 96 or 96 and 97, somewhere around there. We had an exercise. We cut up a hole, and then we should jump in with the clothes and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, and as soon as you hit the water, as you said, it is a shock. You like that, but for me, it happens to me. But I found my breathing again, so that was not a problem. And we should get up from the water to safety again. When I got up from the water, there were other people who had a blanket to wrap around me. But I said, no, forget it. I don't freeze. What?
Wait for it.
So I just walked straight into the changing room and took the clothes off and changed to dry clothes, and I didn't freeze at all. And I told my teacher that no, I could swim around there for a little bit longer.
Oh my God, dude. Oh,
And they looked at me, hey man, you're crazy.
From now on, we're going to spread a rumor. Canadians and Swedes are actually from another planet from the rest of us. They're aliens. They're not affected by the cold.
You
But
see
don't
that?
shine sunlight on them.
Who's that? Who's that guy on TV? That,
Yeah.
The Iceman who swims around in cold water and advocates cold showers every day and all that kind of stuff. And there's actually videos of him like jumping off icebergs, and swimming around and crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel
That I
like,
can't.
a lot. I'm not a cold weather person.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people aren't. Or not.
I'm
right?
a tropical animal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Wife
mean,
and
we're
I-
warm-blooded, right?
Yeah.
We're warm-blooded. We're meant kind of to be in that range, right? The only reason we're able to go towards the extreme heat or cold in this case is because of the technology, the gear. And the knowledge too behind it, right? And all that stuff. But it's because of that we're able to do it. Because without the technology, there's no way. Without the wool, without this, without the boots, without right, it's gonna be extremely hard.
It's the clothing. It's the clothing.
Yeah.
We talked about this very early on in the podcast. I mean, as human beings, I mean, we're basically just bald apes, and we come from an environment that's got a fairly consistent 22 degrees Celsius temperature.
Yeah.
And we only managed to venture further north, even into the Ice Age, because we were following herds of animals, and we adapted our ability to be able to skin the animals and literally wear their skin like clothing.
Yeah, the technology of
doing
fire.
that changed everything. And fire, of course, fire's the
Yeah,
big thing.
right. It allows us to venture into these areas, right? But without them, you're not gonna make it long. You're
Not
not
long.
gonna make
Not
it
long.
long. No,
So,
no.
so what was the first Neanderthal thinking? Going, that animal seems warm and I'm cold. Let me have his suit.
Skin suit.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Birthday suit.
I mean, it makes sense when you think about it, but on the other hand, it's kind of morbid, isn't it? It's like, it looks warm. I'll just warm myself by climbing inside it, walking around with it,
well, I mean, it's not just climbing into it. And then they have to figure out how to preserve it, make it go longer.
But you can imagine, you can imagine the extreme advantage of that, though, because imagine you're like a naked chimp, basically walking around freezing to death, and then suddenly you realize that if you wear the skin of an animal, you can extend your hunting range or your territorial range further north, because you now have the means to protect yourself from the environment around about you, which gives you a great edge over all the naked people to the south who just haven't caught on to the fact that you could walk around, with the skin of an animal on, and of course, fire changed everything. Modern humans, from what I understand, evolved the way that we have because of fire.
Thank you, Vanessa. I'm glad you enjoyed the topic.
Yeah, wasn't it one of the Star Wars movies where Luke is hanging in a cave and then
On Hoth, that was
open that nasty whatever animal and just stuff him inside it?
Yeah.
Guts and all.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget that other movie that showed that.
That's a genuine survival technique, using the inside of an animal to protect yourself. Camels are fantastic places to climb inside the sandstorm. You can get if you're in extreme cold. There will have been people in the sort of the pioneer days or whatever that probably did that, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
What was the other movie that did that? Was it The Revenant?
With Leonardo DiCaprio.
He did that as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Climbed into something.
So, well, I mean, if you really think about it, you're using the resources at hand, right? Well, this is the resource at hand, as much as, what's worse, right? Stinking and surviving, or freezing and not surviving? Your choice.
Yeah, we've got a famous outlaw in this country who famously hid inside a cow I think, to escape. I think it was the army that was looking for him. Rob Roy, his name was. Hundreds of years ago, we're talking here. He was a cattle rustler, and I'm sure he famously hid inside a cow to evade being captured. As you do.
Yeah.
You know.
So yeah, like I was thinking about kind of car vehicle kind of thing, right? Because the reason I mentioned it too was because we're mobile creatures, right? People are on the highway, people are on the road. Even in these temperatures, for me, I can see people outside on the highway still or on the road still, even at midnight, right? And the thing is, oops, there was black ice there. Oops, my engine stalled out. Oops, right? Like the cold or whatever, right? Has its toll on vehicles. I thought Bob was still here. If Bob was still here, he would, yeah. Because he used to work on planes and stuff, right? Cold affects that kind of stuff.
I was just reading Vanessa's comment there about that Jim Carrey movie where he climbs out the animal. I think that not a rhino, a rhinoceros, where it looks like he's giving birth. the fake rhino. It's an amazing scene.
Wait, that was Ace Ventura.
Yeah, that's right. Ace
Ventura. Yeah, when he comes out of the back end of a rogue rhino because he's like sweating to death in there.
Yeah, that's an amazing scene. Yeah, I mean, it's extreme cold, and any environment that's not used to extreme cold is going to have multiple utility problems and stuff as well. Pipes and water mains, and the grid will come down.
Itself, yeah.
The roads aren't designed properly for extreme cold weather. The concrete will crack and all this kind of stuff. Railways won't function properly. That happens in the UK every few years. The thing that stops the railways in the UK is leaves, rain, wind, snow, water, air, cold weather, hot weather, passengers, basically everything.
Everything.
All the above, everyone. All the above. Just say all the above.
Yeah, all of the above. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you look how shocked and how many people got into trouble when Texas had that ice storm that hit them.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, man. No one, even the building codes were not up to par for that kind of temperature, and all the pipes and apartments and homes burst, et cetera, et cetera. That was a real disaster,
Yeah.
Well, some people didn't have the knowledge
Exactly.
of that kind of stuff. Like some people didn't know where their water shutoff was, right? So they had things that they could prevent it or been proactive about, right? Even dressing, right?
Should have left the water running.
These
places, the water running at your sink, and pipes won't freeze.
Yeah. Well, I recall watching one of the times that I watched the actual news or whatever you want to call that, where they were interviewing people. This one lady, she's sitting in her second floor apartment, and all she's got is one little votive candle. That's it. Nothing. She had no way to cook. She had no way to get water. Nothing,
Ooh. Yeah.
That's bad. That's really bad.
And there were other people standing out by their cars because they'd run out of their apartment, get in their car and run their car for a while to try to keep from freezing. And, oh, man, it's just... all of us who are prepared have got a real advantage because we lost power here recently, and my town still had power, and there were thousands of people who came to my town because they had no way to cook, they had no way to get more fuel, nothing. They were prepared for nothing,
No options.
No options. You're right.
Yeah, when you don't have any options, you'll resort to unorthodox things.
Yeah,
that goes from bad to worse.
Yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah, the people putting their barbecue grills inside and lighting it up.
Yeah.
or an attached
Oh,
garage.
That's a big mistake. That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
big
Yeah, they
mistake.
put it inside the garage and, heat up the garage with whatever, with a barbecue. And yeah, and then they die or they start the car. People are just dumb.
Yeah.
No, you know what?
Every year.
No, see, this is why I'm a, if you have to use a grill to stay warm like a barbecue, I rather just heat up water and indirectly use the quote unquote fire to keep warm safely. I rather do it like that because at least that way I don't have to worry about burning something inside, fire risk inside, CO inside because I'm
running the generator inside.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, so doing something like that is absolutely, and I say absolutely, last resort.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right? I mean, like, I don't want to do that because it's not going to end well long term.
I mean,
You're not to be able to sustain that.
If I
No
lived, if I lived in a place like Canada where the temperatures there can get extremely low, and I lived in a household where it was difficult for me to do something like, say, put a wood burning stove in or something like that, and there was the possibility of complete grid down type scenarios, something I would maybe consider is simply shrinking my space down. So take a look at the dimensions. Yeah, take a look at the dimensions of your living room. Is there a family tent that you can buy that fills that space? Because that'll be a hell of a lot easier to heat than a whole room. And it might look ridiculous, but 2 or 3 of you sitting in a tent in your living room and
what
warm,
looks ridiculous?
It's far better than your
not
whole
being warm when you have a bunch of stuff around you to help you.
Yeah, I mean, and pull everything in there.
What's more ridiculous, right?
Pull a mattress in there, pull blankets in there, pull everything in there, and the whole family can sort of for a few nights sleep in one big bed, and that'll keep you a lot warmer if you've got no other means to heat yourself.
Yeah, because if you don't, well, the thing is, homes are meant generally for continuous central heating, like a wood stove wouldn't be included with that too, right? Anything portable, there's no way you're going to develop enough BTUs to warm that large of a space. Like, remember, like, let's say if it's a home, let's say, for example, it's 60 Fahrenheit, 16 Celsius inside, relatively speaking. It's below freezing, you lost power, no furnace, no wood stove or whatever, right? Eventually, your inside temperature will match to the outdoor temperature, right? It's called where it equals out, equilibrium of the heat, right? Well, you know what I mean, right? So once that happens, you cannot. It's almost impossible to warm back up the space because all the material, your walls, the insulation, your bed are all ambient temperature to the outside now. And there's no way you're gonna be able to warm that up with just a Mr. Buddy. There's no way. It's better to use the fuel more efficiently by shrinking the space down, right? That way, because consumables like the fuel, whatever, right? Like even if it's a simple heater or whatever, right? Eventually, it's a fuel, right? It's a consumable. You only have a finite amount. Like, even if you have a year supply, well, that's still only a year supply, right? You don't want to burn through it that fast if you don't have to, right? So you want to make it every BTU count on it, right? So, where it's heating, it's warming you up, right? More importantly, right? Because importantly, you're trying to stay warm, right? Yeah, I can drip the pipes, the water or whatever, I can drain all the water out, right? If I have to, right? But if I'm not warm, what's even the point?
Yeah,
right?
But even, I mean, pick the smallest room in your house to congregate in for the period of time, and insulate it as much as possible.
Do whatever it takes.
Draft exclusions on the drawer.
Set a mattress down like a seating, like a
cover the windows with a heavy sort of curtain and things like that. I mean, an interesting thing. I mean, like, see this room that I'm in, for example. This is my spare room. But see, because I don't have the heating on in this room because it gets too warm in here. The reason it gets too warm in here is because it's a relatively well-insulated house, but I've got heavy blackout curtains on the windows. I've got a couple of computers running just now, and I've got all my camping gear and stuff in here, and electronic gear. And because I'm sitting in here giving off heat as well, I can tell you this now, right? The temperature outside, according to my phone, is 6 degrees, still 6 degrees. But the temperature in this room, according to my little thermostat here, 23 degrees Celsius. No, the heating isn't
about
on.
72.
There's no heating in here. I mean, it's just that's just the ambient heat that's being produced by me. This computer, I've got a computer to the left of me putting out a little bit of heat, and because it's so well insulated, it's got carpet, heavy curtains, and I'm upstairs, so I get the warmth of the rest of the house as well. But it can make a big difference being in a smaller space in your house, and try and make it
like warming up your
upstairs.
sleeping bag.
Upstairs,
you warm up your sleeping bag, your covers, your bed first, right? And then you start feeling that warmthness.
My old friend Shadow over there, he posted up a video weeks ago where he had a small tent that wouldn't go back in the bag or something like that.
Yeah.
And I sent him a comment. I said, keep that in case you lose power. You and your wife can get inside that small tent with some blankets and stuff and stay warm,
Yeah.
right inside your house. Yeah, just pitch a hiking tent. That'll help.
Yeah. Even if you got to put a mattress underneath the tent too. I mean, or whatever,
exactly.
or one or the other. Well, I mean, sometimes you can't fit a mattress in, but at least you could put the mattress under the tent. That gives you off the ground, right? Just because you're inside doesn't mean the ground temperature won't be that cold. Won't be cold.
Yeah, you
especially if power's not running, central heating's not running through. The ground's gonna get as cold as the outside temperature eventually.
Yeah, I think in my situation, our master bedroom has got a bathroom attached to it, so we've got running water there. Wife and I will go up to it's on the second floor, and I think that's why the wife and I will go in and just cuddle up and stay warm as much as we could.
Yeah, because I know during the Texas freeze there is a lot of video and images out there of people like making quote unquote a bed fort. I mean, hey, I would do that too, man. At least I'd be able to tell the tale, right? To tell the tale.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, a couple of people talking about the thermal blackout curtains. Definitely good. I've got them in the back.
Yeah,
there.
We have those in our bedroom. Yes,
really
yes, they are. Yeah. And if all else fails, blame CR
for the cold. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, well, whatever it might be.
I'll be right back. Sorry, I gotta take care of something.
Blame that CR. It's his fault. No, yeah. There's a lot of stuff to consider. There's a few of us who have been outdoorsmen, and me included, and nothing sucks worse than getting wet and cold and you can't get warm. God, that sucks. Nose sits there, drips and runs, and oh man.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I say to people. I mean, I go outdoors every month of the year, a couple of times a month. Doesn't matter what the weather is, what the temperature is. People say, but you're not cold. It's like miserable out there. It's like if I'm wet and cold, it's because something's went wrong or I've not done something correctly.
Yep. It's a learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah. You learn how to be able to stay in those kind of environments. And you do need stuff. You need the gear, you need equipment, you need to know how to use it. But it's entirely possible. I haven't been cold and wet, on a trip for a very long time. I've been wet a couple of times, but it's wet in the way that I know it's okay to be wet because I have a means to be dry. It's not wet as in, damn, I'm wet, now I'm going to have to sit here in my wet clothes all night. No, I've always got dry clothes to get into. I've always got an environment to go into to keep myself warm. And that's just a case of doing that and practicing and learning it. And you can do it really well. And there's very few climates in the world that are so extreme that you need very, very specialized equipment. The Arctic, Antarctica or somewhere like that. Some places with very, very hot deserts. If I went to Death Valley in the height of summer, doesn't matter what kind of shelter I've got. I'm going to have some heat problems there. Because those are extreme environments. But there are ways, even in those environments, that you can thrive there, even live there. People live in these places year round.
Yeah,
in some
they
cases.
do. Well, you figure as far as gear, how much do those mountain climbers spend on their equipment to go up Everest or K2 or McKinley? You got to have deep pockets, because if you get the wrong type of tent, oh, you're not coming home, Buster. You're going to be up there forever. They've got to have a lot of money to buy that equipment, man.
Yeah, thousands. I mean, some of the clothing. I actually watched a film a long time ago where it was talking about the guys who go into Everest, and there's an area on Everest. It might be the death zone, where they have to put on this big suit, this sort of like big sort of thermal suit, and they kind of look like a Teletubby, and they very slowly make their way through this area that's called the death zone, where if it goes wrong, they're screwed. Nobody's saving them. They're done for. But they have to do it in such a way that they don't sweat too much, and they have to do it in such a way that they make progress. And there's also it's a very fine line as to how to do that. But I remember taking a look to see how much one of those suits cost, and I think it was about £8,000. So
What?
Oh, baby.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Did he-
exactly.
Did he say 8,000? 8,000?
8,000.
Oh.
8,000. So I
Yikes.
don't
That's
know
with
what that
three
is.
zeros, everyone. 8 with 3 zeros.
Yeah, and dollars that would
Damn.
be what, close to $15,000 or something,
Somewhere in there. Yeah.
somewhere in
It's
that
about-
region.
It's about like $1.75 to the British pound. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of this gear. I mean, even the boots that those guys have, the Scarper type boots. I mean, you're paying over £1,000 just for, the basic version of those, and you can pay
Yeah.
more than that for the even more high end ones, and it's an expensive thing, but
And that's just the gear
that's a very
portion, the
particular
wear.
that's a particular kind of thing.
Wow.
I think
Doesn't
I'll
even
just
include
stick with gardening.
travel.
I think I'll just
Cheaper.
stick with gardening. That's cheaper.
Yeah, really. Hey guys, I'm gonna bail off here. So my closing words
Hey.
are, stay cool.
Take care, Mark.
Oh, God.
Eh,
You got to
all right, I'll
strike
catch you
Yeah,
all
while
next
Mark.
week. I'll see you
All right,
Sunday
later,
if you
Mark.
go
Yeah.
on or not, Bob.
Hey man,
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
All right. Later, guys. Yeah. That's a hobby I cannot afford. Wow. No thanks, man. Well,
even
you
just
figure,
afford that
And
Those
then
guys
include
pay-
traveling.
oh, those guys
Oh,
pay
yeah.
40,000 pounds just to do that trip anyway, because they have to be
Oh,
guided. So
yeah.
that's a rich man's
Tens
thing.
of thousands.
Yeah, it's
Tens of thousands, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because you're gonna bring all this stuff, airfare. Oh, don't forget the oxygen. Gotta bring the oxygen
Now,
tanks.
I've never looked into it, but I would guess if you're going to go in the Arctic or the Antarctic, you're going to have a similar kind of a suit to survive that condition. You know how the early explorers with their dog sled teams or whatever. It must be something very similar to that, or else you're not going to make it. That's
Yeah, you
no.
need to wear something to match what the conditions you're expecting or
Yeah.
will see. I mean, I think that's a more important thing to understand is like if you do see snow, even if it's once in a blue moon, well, consider this might be once in a blue moon this year or next year or whatever.
Yep.
If it drops below freezing, usually we'll remember it drops below freezing. That's I always tell people here like winter here, especially for me here, is an eventuality, right? It may not be as much snow or not be a little bit quote unquote less cold, but I'm not dodging winter. Right? That's almost impossible. I might be able to get less snow, less cold, but oh hey, it's only in the 20s. Nice. Right? But it's not always like that. I always assume, unfortunately, it's not always going to be like that. For every nice day, there won't be a nice day. That's how it goes for me. Oh, hey, it's sunny and 32 and 0. But not today because it feels like minus 30, minus 22 Fahrenheit outside.
I'll tell you what, I mean, I'm just having a quick look online to see what kind of temperatures I can get down to in some places. In the year 2018, in East Antarctica, the Dome of Fiji, it's called, which is some sort of research station, I think. The temperature was recorded at minus 98 Celsius.
Oh my God.
That's minus 144 Fahrenheit.
That's cold.
Oh,
Remember,
no.
that's colder than Siberia.
That's insanely cold. Insanely cold.
No, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, but the only reason people can see that is the technology that we have
Yeah.
to actually do that. There's no way anyone would be able to do that without technology, because like we're not
and
meant for that temperature at all.
In the northern Greenland and north near the ice cap, temperatures have been recorded at minus 69.6 Celsius.
Yeah,
Or minus
places in Siberia see minus
93.3
70.
Fahrenheit.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah.
Vehicles have to be ran all the time unless they're in a heated place.
Yeah,
all this
they
like,
would have to
it's-
be. Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
they're on stilts too, right? The buildings are
the-
all on stilts there.
The
They have to
coldest
be. Yep.
the coldest temperature I've ever experienced in the outdoors, in the real outdoors, is only minus 30. That's the coldest I've ever been like experienced outdoors. The coldest I've ever spent a few nights in was minus 28, I think. And that was in Switzerland. That was the coldest point of our trip that we got to when it was there. So these are not extreme cold, but it's cold for me. I could definitely feel the difference. I can't imagine those kind of temperatures being lower than that, because I did one time go into a cold chill freezer, and it was minus 50, this like a big walk-in type room, and it was unbearable after just 2 minutes. Even breathing felt bad.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine being in an environment like that, and double that. It doesn't seem possible that anything could survive.
But
that.
people do. People do. People do, right? So, right. But of course, they have the technology to prove that these are aspects that help you actually be able to survive that, or be able to do something, or live in that condition, right? But without that, it goes downhill fast, right? Because we're not meant for that temperature, right?
Right.
Like that guy these people that dive into cold water or whatever, right? They have to condition themselves to do that. They don't, like we're not born like that.
Yeah, it's definitely conditioning.
There's
like I say, we're a tropical animal. I mean,
we're warm-blooded.
We're supposed to be in a 22 degrees Celsius environment.
More or less, right?
That's what most people heat their house to. That's what most people find comfortable. They walk around just in their shorts, feeling okay.
Yeah.
Ignore it, because that's the natural temperature, air temperature that you're supposed to be in. If you go to Central Africa, like Ethiopia and places like that, which is where humanity apparently first evolved, that's the temperature. That's or it was back then, more stable. And you can understand why you can get away with just wearing a loincloth, walking around butt ass naked, because you don't have to worry.
I ain't doing
about
that in the winter. I'm not doing that in the winter. And don't even ask me to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I walked into the coffee shop a couple days ago, and one of the baristas, Brittany, she's been to Thailand, and I said, Brittany, how would you feel to go back to Thailand right about now, because it's windy and it's cold and raining outside? And she goes, oh hell yeah, flip-flops, a t-shirt, and a pair of shorts. I'm loving it. I said, okay, all right,
The snowbirds.
let's go. You and me, let's
Snowbird.
go. Let's get the hell
The
out of
snowbird.
here. Let's go to
The
Southeast Asia and get warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that kind of tropical type environment. The thing with places like Thailand, though, it's a different kind of heat, though, because it's wet there. It's tropical, Whereas if you were in the Central Africa, it's a dry heat, so it's a different kind of heat, but still nice. I mean, if I win the lottery, I would probably move to somewhere like Thailand. I've been there a couple of times, and that's where I would move to, because I like, apart from just the culture and the way that place is, I like that environment. I like that climate. A lot of people say California, from a climatic point of view, is the best place in America, possibly even the world, to live, because it's a very stable, sort of nice temperature most of the year, a lot of sunshine, and not a lot of bugs. So you've got this great weather, but no bugs. And, it's just a nice environment to sort of walk around in. I've been to California once, and it was quite warm. It felt warm to me, but and that was sort of May time, and it still felt, I think it was about 20 degrees, 21 degrees or something. But it was a different kind of warmth.
It's most of Southern California is a desert,
Alan,
and no mosquitoes, dude. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it was LA I was in, so Santa Monica, so
No
it
bugs?
wasn't
No mosquitoes?
wasn't the
Mm.
south. Yeah,
Yeah, no mosquitoes.
no bugs.
Yeah, I lived in Las Vegas for
Well,
a
I
couple
don't see
of
any bugs
years,
right now either.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
That's
Right?
the
I don't see any bugs because they're all frozen.
It's the unfortunate thing about Scotland is once we do get warm weather, every now and again, for a few days of the year, it can be quite warm here. But the bugs, the midges we call them, these tiny little flies that kind of irritatingly and bite you, they're unbearable. Like you can't go outside. You'll get eaten alive.
Oh, they're
you-
like
you-
a little gnat. Is
They're,
that what they
they're
are?
tiny. Some people call them no-see-ums. I think you get them
Yeah,
in
yeah. Mhm,
Sweden as
mhm.
well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they itch and kind of bite, and so you're doing this all the time and squashing them all.
Oh God.
They're so bad that you can put your hand out like this, and your hand will turn black with midges after just a minute or two, and you can feel them sort
I
of
think I'll take 0 Celsius.
irritating
Very
at you.
Fahrenheit now.
Yeah.
I think I'll take that over that.
I tell you what, like there are
Right
some
inside the
people that
winter.
believe if it wasn't for the midges, Scotland would be the most popular tourist destination in the world. Because we've got the scenery, but unfortunately, when you come at the right time of year to see it, you get eaten alive.
Yeah, I understand Alaska is a lot like that.
Blackfly,
Yeah.
they have a lot of blackfly, I think.
And mosquitoes. Yeah, an old friend of mine, he came home from Alaska with a big mosquito T-shirt, the state bird of Alaska.
Oh,
And of course, it had blood running out of its stinger nose. State bird of Alaska. I said, "Well, how bad is it up there, Brian?" He goes, "When that permafrost melts and everything warms up," he said, "you wouldn't believe it. You cannot go outside because you've got to have a mosquito net over your head and all that. They
so
will
it either
drain
bites
you.
or
Yeah, you need
so
these. I mean,
you
look,
either get a bite or a frostbite.
these are all midgie nets that I always have. I just have to carry them all the time at certain times of the year in this country. Mosquito nets don't work because the midges are much smaller than a mosquito, so they can go through the mosquito nets. They don't work.
Okay, I see.
You have
So
to
it
use
has to be
something
more
like this.
fine.
Very
Yeah, it has
fine.
to be
You can
more
almost
fine.
you almost can't see through it.
Wow.
Well, that does remind me of something. Who did I see it from? There is videos out there. I think I saw it from Ray Mears. I've seen him do this before, right? In the wintertime, using a mosquito net to melt snow, because you can contain it, but you can drip it out. Like he would show it by a fire to drip it into a container, right?
Yeah,
Just
it's
to
actually
relate
got a
that
name.
into the winter.
There is actually a survival technique which some people call the Eskimo marshmallow, which basically involves packing a pile of snow either in a mosquito net or on the end of a stick, and then you position it in such a way over a pot near a fire that it drips, and then sometimes you tie a little piece of rope
Maybe
to the
even
bottom,
if it's warm enough in the sun.
and it drips down into the pot. Yeah. Eskimo marshmallow, I think, is what some people call it.
Yeah. Everyone keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Hey, that may be one of those. Well, because you don't have to, quote unquote, put snow in your mouth just to get water.
Yeah, which has its
Yeah,
own
that's
problems as well.
Yeah. Well, it's not only that, it separates the water from the snow, right? So you could be like, okay, I can have a sip now, or eventually have something. Or, like, I always remember, like, and I forget who said, some other people have said this, right? If you have to melt snow for water, right? Sometimes it helps to have a little bit of water to start with. Using the water to melt the snow and just add a little bit in, let the snow melt, get the water going.
We mentioned that earlier because if you don't do that, often what can happen is you burn your pot.
Yeah, because snow, especially if there's a lot of air in it, it becomes an insulator, right? Yeah. So
that's right. I mean, snow is mostly air. I think the most snow is just air. Is mostly just
fluffy
air.
snow, it has more air in it, but I mean, obviously, as it settles, turns into ice, then obviously the air gets removed and there's more water. But
yeah. But I mean, if you fill a pot
like
full
melting
of
ice
snow,
is probably better.
you'll get
if you
about
can,
this much
but-
at the bottom.
Yeah, even if you can press that snow down, like I've done this before. I pushed down the snow with my hand. And I'm like, yeah, I barely even. It's like a tenth of the container of water, right? I think this is why ice is usually more ideal because, like, you, however heavy the ice is, or whatever well, that's a cup at least. Well, because if it's just snow, you'd be like, is this even a cup of water? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but you can't tell until it melts. It's just like, wow, I thought I would have had more. Nope. Yeah.
I don't know if you had any actual topics that you were going to cover off, Shadow. Like we covered a lot, but I don't know if you had anything written down.
I didn't have any notes this time, so
Right.
Oh, wow.
I think we covered most of it anyway. So
Well, the cover part is probably the most important thing.
Yeah,
Just-
I agree with you. I think the cover is the most important thing.
Yeah, because if you don't enclose on the records, you'll go for exposure way before dehydration. Or
Yeah.
anything like
And-
that.
A lot of people don't really appreciate this, but I honestly think cover, just that broad subject cover, is probably the most important thing in survival. It's more important than talking about water or food or any of those kind of other survival topics. Cover, which is clothing and your buildings that you're in, or anything that shelters you
Shelter.
from the environment.
Yeah, shelter elements protection.
Yeah,
Right.
protection from the elements or
Yeah.
the environment. That's the
Yeah.
most important thing, because most people die of exposure. They don't die of hunger or dehydration.
Yeah. Well, it's not just that exposure weakens you too, right? Well, either the cold or let's say the heat part of it, right? It starts to wear you down. You're not
You're a
thinking
s-
straight.
You're a squidgy, warm machine that is very vulnerable to high and very low temperatures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not conditioned for that. It's more outside our comfortable range of heat or cold. And I mean, and that's relatively speaking, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is this like world record that walk barefoot in like supposedly in the Arctic or in the snow or whatever, right? But even this guy, whoever that was at that time, right? Even they had their upper limits with that, right? So everyone's got their upper limits to either both the cold and heat. The cold and the heat, right?
I mean, there's stuff.
You know what your body's telling you. It's just like, okay, well, I think I'm getting frostbitten. My hands are. Well, I should put my hands underneath my armpit or put them in my glue, warm them back up, right? Don't. Oh yeah, Cigar said don't blow in your hands if you don't have to. Okay. Yeah, I'll put it. Like I put my hands underneath my armpits. I've actually put my hands underneath my friend's armpits, but that's because it's just like they understand this is serious, right? It's not about looking cool. Like my thumb's cold and can you help me out, please? Thank you, right? That kind of thing, right? Because there's always one thing that kind, like the vehicle, the walking aspects of it, right? Because like people are outside, people are in vehicles, right? And not everyone's always at home, right? In the winter, people still have to work or do whatever, right? So I think that winter survival, that aspect of it is important too, right? Not just what you have at home.
You're probably at your most vulnerable point when you're in a vehicle and you're trying to travel. Now, one purely because the generally the driving conditions are more treacherous, but also because people are unprepared. I mean, it's incredible how many people every year will commute to work in their car in -5 temperatures and the blizzard snow, but they're just wearing a shirt and tie and some office shoes, and they've got nothing else in their car, cup of coffee, because they're going from their warm house to their warm car to their warm office, and they just assume nothing is going to happen in the middle. And then
most of the time it doesn't, right? Most of the time.
That's the problem. Most of the time it doesn't, but that one time they
However.
find themselves in a ditch and nobody's around, and they realize that, we've all experienced it. You turn off your car heater because it's too hot. It doesn't hold the heat very long. You're bloody freezing after 5 minutes and you end up turning it back on.
Well, I
You
mean,
know?
a car doesn't have any insulation. I mean, it's basically
Exactly.
metal, and I mean, like I said
cars-
earlier about
Cars are
winter-
terrible shelters when you think about
Yeah,
it. They're
well,
terrible,
Yeah.
terrible in the heat and terrible in the cold. You know?
Yeah, because basically, the outside temperature will start to the inside temperature will start to match the outside temperature, equilibrium or equalness. It'll start to balance out, right? And because of that, it's gonna feel cold inside real fast for you in the vehicle. Relatively
Yeah.
speaking, it depends how cold. The colder it is, the faster it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing it's really protecting you from is the wind chill. So at
Yeah,
least
it
you're
blocks
out
the
of
wind, right?
you're out of the wind and you're out of any kind
Big
of
ice box.
snow or rain falling on you.
It's like a
Um,
big ice box, really.
Yeah, I mean, you're better
Or
off
a
in the
cooler or
car
anything
than
like-
out the car. But
Yeah, I mean, if it's windy outside with high wind chill, you're still better off inside.
Hmm.
It's just like when you go from like even a place that's not heated, but just with the block of the wind or whatever, and you walk back outside, even in a very small wind, there's a noticeable difference in temperature because it's just like just getting out of the wind helps because there's no windshield blowing the heat off of you, right? So it's a little bit better, you know. But yeah. Because I've seen people around here. I mean, like, you know, hopefully they don't run into trouble because they're not wearing that much. Oh, slippers, a robe for a 5-minute drive, but that's like 10 kilometers away, 6.2 miles away. Yeah, hopefully your vehicle make it back. Cause if it don't, you know, it's not suck walking. It's not suck walking in that.
Well, I think it's time to wrap things up now, guys, because I need to go up early tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes, and I need to go back outside because I'm actually
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys brought this up because I'm going back outside, so I'm not have to plan for this again. So like everything I said about like layers, I'm not actually been doing this again. So I'll be really doing it.
Check
for
your-
real.
CR, check your fluid level for your Canadian antifreeze, you know.
I don't need to because
Well-
I'm fired, right? I'm fired up because of you.
No, I didn't completely fire you. I would strike two, but I didn't
Ah.
fire you. All right.
Well, thanks, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Shadow.
CR.
Stay warm out there from wherever you are.
Yeah.
yeah,
Consider what
And
everyone
thanks,
said.
guys, in the chat as well for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next Saturday, same time, same channel,
Yep.
with a new
Peace out,
topic, wherever it will be.
We'll see you next year.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, next year.
See you in
Stay safe.
2026.
Stay safe. Take care.
Later, all.
Yeah, and remember,
guys.
be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless.
And fire all Canadians.